Right.
Come on in and sit down.
Kelly, you sit.
As soon as you open your mouth.
All right. Good morning. Today is May 16th, 2023. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting of the board to order. If you do have your cell phones, please silence them at this time. If you would please join me for the pledge.
Flag's obvious.
Bob, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And please join me for the invocation. Father, we come to you this morning and we just ask, Lord, that as we come together today to take care of business for the county, that you would be with us. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your direction, for your wisdom. We just ask, Lord, that you would be with us throughout this day. Guide us and guard us. In Jesus' name. Amen. Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda,
Here.
Commissioner Flowers,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
And audience introduction, we'll start here with you, Gabe.
David Day, that work?
Let's come on across the front row. And
Would you introduce yourself, sir?
Oh, Jim Wildy. I'm hard of hearing, sorry.
I am too.
Bob Cowley. Stephen Wilcox.
Joan Wilcox, Christy Patterson,
Lloyd Butler.
Kelly Schweiner, Amy Sanchez, Vi Lyons,
Cody Lyons, Barry Keith, Chad Crawford. Ed Lyons. Brady Wilson.
Jennifer Cree, Dorothy Karsten.
Okay, and if anyone goes to speak, if they could identify themselves for the record, that would be greatly appreciated. And forgive me for a second as I,
And speak loudly. Where's the microphone? Okay. You're picking up. Is it loud?
It'll be
You
fine.
got yours.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
okay, we've got some people online as well, so same for that. If anyone goes to speak, ID yourself, please. Any amendments to the agenda this morning?
Yes, I've got one, maybe two, one for sure. I would like to move item J to the top. That's a discussion of the property tax increase. The reason I brought that on to the agenda initially, and the reason I had it at the bottom, because I thought we'd end up spending a lot of time discussing it. Turns out I've got some new information that will help move this along and make it easier to have a separate meeting and to understand that it's not as dire as it sounded at first, given the bills that we have. So I'll explain that when we get to that item. So I'd like to move J up front.
So we'll move it ahead of A.
Just that way, there's people that probably don't want to stay through the whole thing that might be able to leave at that time.
Since there's no hamburgers.
Since there's no hamburgers, the rush to get to the hamburger, not gonna keep anybody around. So that's my proposal.
From you, sir, on that? Okay, I would be good with that, so we can move.
Motion, so. Yeah, I move that we move J up front for the agenda.
Second that. So in favor of moving item J to the top of the list, so make it A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I suppose we will leave it as item J, and then that way everything in our packet.
Yeah, makes sense.
will
It's the
still be
first one
good.
we're discussing.
Okay, any other amendments to the agenda?
I wonder if course, we could always introduce a motion to postpone on item K, consideration of the property. If we want to leave it on there or wait until.
Well, I think that's, I put that on also, and I have, I talked to Dan Slater on it. I think it's pretty simple. I think we can discuss it. If we want to move it during the discussion, we can. I was just going to discuss it today initially and then decide what we were going to do, but after talking with Dan and I got with Kelly to find out what, her thoughts were on it, and others, so I think we can handle it. And we can move it to postpone later if it gets to be bogged down.
Okay, we may end up doing a change on one or two of the others. I did have Jennifer posting the BSO job on there today, which was not initially on there. And we may choose to post that at a later date and just deal with the job description today, but I had it on here in case we did want to post it today, so. I guess we can leave that and we can deal with that with motions later. Okay. We do have minutes from December 6th, 15th, 20th, and 29th, as well as May 2nd and May 3rd.
Somebody was very busy.
I believe
I
this.
would move to approve the minutes
I'll second it.
submitted.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from December 6th, 15th, 20th, and 29th, as well as May 2nd and 3rd. Any further discussion on those?
I just sent Kelly a text and I told her that as I remembered everything from those meetings, she had it exactly. right.
So,
Ditto.
no comment. All right, so those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Kelly, and I believe you, for your email, that catches us completely up.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And people were wondering, that's a good point to bring up. If you go to the website, you didn't see the minutes, and it's not complete until the minutes are approved. That's why they're not showing. It's not that the website's not working, it's working now. I think, isn't it, Jordan? Where did Jordan go? Yeah. He's hearing us.
He is monitoring from the other room.
He's in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dark in there.
So commissioner items, Commissioner Ken.
Big deal is, since we last met, the board, as you know, we're not having hamburgers. We had a board meeting with the airport board on the 4th of April. Brian Anderson's in Europe on vacation, but he calls in and he did attend part of that meeting for that, as well as others were here. And at that meeting, they reconfirmed the vote on the county manager or the airport manager. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. Who'd you select?
My name's Bob Jolly, by the way.
Yeah, there's Bob McDonald, there's Bob Jolly. Bob Jolly, you don't really see him right now. Chief Jolly, he's retired Air Force master sergeant. And he has been here for, I don't know, 30 years. Like the airport manager, is not quite that long, but he's been here since this runway was dirt and on. And been a great manager. And unfortunately, he tendered his resignation to us on that board meeting. And effective that day. Well, guess what? He's called back to duty just to do this job because the rest of the airport board bailed out on him. So Bob, tell us what happened.
And the only reason I'm in town is because my daughter's visiting for me for my birthday, which is tomorrow.
Yay, happy birthday, Bob.
So anyway, we had a selection board, and after a lot of consternation and a lot of delays that weren't anybody's real fault, we did make a selection, and that was Clyde Butler. And
Stand up, Clyde. New manager, if Braden can push the paperwork through, right?
and
I'm gonna help him with that.
he is a pilot and an AMP, and so he's going to be a great asset for the airport, and he lives right over there, so.
He can be on duty at a minute's notice there.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Okay, and with that, that's all I have. I did work this tax issue quite extensively when it came up. I mean, I'm sure your phones all both rang off the wall, mine did. And I had several meetings with citizens. And then I got a hold of Mark Baisley and got what's happening in the legislature exactly. So there's no rumors now. And I'll explain some of that when we get to that item.
All right. Mr. Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go through my calendar real quick since our last meeting. On the 3rd, all three of us attended a workshop with the road and bridge supervisor. Thought that was productive and informative as well. On the 4th, I had a scheduled Zoom meeting with a representative from DOLA to talk about some grant information. Attended the mayor's roundtable in Williamsburg on May 10th. Had never been to the burg of Williamsburg, so that was interesting.
Did they have good donuts? Because that's one of the reasons they love going there.
Well, somebody brought some baked goods from a grocery store.
Yeah, okay.
And that afternoon, I also attended an opioid anti-stigma campaign meeting as part of the Region 15 opioid consortium. Had a Zoom meeting with the Underfunded Court Security Commission out of Denver, of which I am a member. Lake County has been in the process for the last 2 or 3 years of trying to get a justice center built. They have had their highs and lows. They asked the Underfunded Court Commission to meet so that we could consider an amended application. Their original quote for that justice center, including Jeff kind of was on the Zoom call, and of course they want to paint a pretty positive picture in front of that Court Security Commission, but clearly they're discouraged. So they changed architectural companies, did not tell the underfunded court staff that they did that. So that's an issue. And so they're going to have to work through some stuff. So also attended the Workforce or Attainable Housing Board. I'm not sure what name they're legally operating under, but or officially operating under, to attend that meeting. And then the Custer County Kids Council meeting that same day. Sad to report that Commissioner Ken and I don't remember if I saw you or not. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I don't mean to exclude you. attended Clara Rada's memorial service on Saturday. Okay, I didn't mean to exclude you if you were there. I didn't get to see everybody there, but, and I was struck by, in my opinion, a fact that we move forward in this county and change occurs and people move here, people that have lived here for 30 or 40 or 50 years and contributed significantly to this county, but it was 20 or 25 years ago, kind of gets lost in the shuffle. And Claire was one of the good ones. She was a teacher at the school. I taught with her for 5 years. Certainly mentored me as coming in, and just a great person, a lot of legacy, a lot of history there. So I think it was a appropriate and fitting service for her. And I don't know, to me, it's just another chapter in Custer County's history that flipped over and was closed, and a lot of people didn't even know who she was that live here
Can I
now.
pile onto that? Too. She was, I was one of her students, and when she came in, that was in 1965. And what she did was help give the county, the school system, what we want to protect today, and that is the ability to grow up in an environment that is like we have, that teaches kids more than just math and English. She did teach English, but she also taught one act play contest. We went to state in, I was in that. Speech contest, we went to state in, I was in that. Melodrama, I was in that we did. Plethora of things that a
it depends on a lot of things. That's going to be, if it's just lowering the sidewalk, not, but just lowering the sidewalk will not satisfy the needs of
I guess. One quick comment, I guess, on Claire. Bring up the planning and zoning Jeep briefly here. Quote did come back on that. Jeep / Mopar and Canyon are pretty sure that the issue on that Jeep is the catalytic converter. Quote came back at $5,200. Yeah. And that's with labor. Quote I got them from Road Bridge. Jeep's only got 50,000, 60,000 miles on it. That being said, there's only 3 catalytic converters that are designed for that vehicle left. There's all 3 in Milwaukee because they have discontinued those. And this is an issue, they say, with that particular year and model.
Can they get them?
At the present time, $5,200, I'd almost still want to do some major test driving on that to see if that is the issue. But that being said, there's only 3 available. So
Did they take the Jeep down, Kevin?
it is here now. They did have it at one time
So
down there.
they did get eyes on it.
Yeah. So
What do you propose?
I know Dorothy is cringing because of her budget on that as well, because she did not have that budgeted. So
So we'd have to find the money.
we'd probably have to find the money for that. And so I want you guys to be aware of that. I don't know if we want to do anything about that today or not. So I don't know what your opinions are. Yes, Dorothy, go ahead.
I just want to bring up the fact that, and I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that the assessor's office is having some more issues. So we're looking at potentially having that as an issue in the coming future. I know that Christine has problems with that.
Bring up, Dr. Brown offered the pickup at used anytime. Just
Both those vehicles are both, I mean, JD's Jeep has less miles than this one at planning and zoning. Is that causing, as these guys are getting by, and that's what's causing the issue. I guess I would be of the opinion, I mean, I'd still love to drive it and try to troubleshoot it more, whether it's Dorothy in her office or somebody else taking it and driving it. But that being said, with only 3 of them available,
well,
they probably wouldn't want to modify something that wasn't OEM down there to put on. So I guess I'd be of opinion to go ahead and move forward with it.
to move forward with it and get the,
The catalytic converter put on.
I think that's the right thing.
We're gonna go do something different. You know, it's a correct decision. I would guess within 6 months, we're gonna have this exact same conversation with the other Jeep.
Yeah.
You know, so. I'm frustrated about this whole deal, but I had an opportunity to talk to Chris Halpin yesterday. I went down there to get some chains for this the project at the recycle center, and he mentioned to me about both of these Jeeps, and he's certainly discouraged. And it would appear that all of a sudden we have problems now with these two vehicles. Well, I'm not sure that it was all of a sudden thing. I think it's symptoms that have finally presented themselves. So I'm not thrilled about it. Certainly would support moving forward with getting them fixed, but
This is,
Very key. Just out of curiosity, if it's vapor lock from too much heat out of the cap next to the fuel lines, is there any chance of just doing an experiment where you insulate the fuel lines in that area?
they did
See if
insulate
the
them.
wind goes away?
They insulated them after the last incident. So, yeah,
So it's running now.
so. She hasn't taken it back to where it died on her at this point.
So we're gonna have to figure out where we get the cash to do that. That's something.
Yeah, we
we're gonna
may
have to
see
look
what
at.
she can find in her budget, and
Let's have a-
I'm looking for her back here again, but, and then if we need to backfill that some or something.
She's behind
Yeah.
Clyde. She's not
My-
hiding.
my thought here would be, and Commissioner Cantor addressed it a little bit, we have other transportation alternatives here, so I don't get the sense that we need to make a decision.
Not, but we can
We can
get the data
explore the
together.
money thing, figure out where the funds are gonna come from, and act on it.
Right.
Would be my opinion.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll try to get us moving on ahead here then. SCED is having a special board meeting. That is tomorrow. And that is to address their middle mile for their infrastructure and what their role in that is for their region, which includes us. I did send a copy of their document out to both you gentlemen. I will be attending that meeting. I wanted to send it out and get a consensus from you gentlemen as well. So, because there will be a vote taking place to accept that document tomorrow. And I did not want to extend a vote without having input from you gentlemen.
Yeah, I saw it, and we do need to talk about it. It looks like the move. And I didn't see any conflicts with our broadband program. It will complement it, I think. So we need to talk about that.
My only question, I guess, was the role that they were taking rather than just a support role. They were actually going to be going after the grants and dispersing those grants.
And when I researched that, they referenced our program, that they're not affecting it. That's to get grants for all the other things around it. So we gotta make that clear in how they say it.
Yeah, I looked at those accompanying maps. Pretty blatantly obvious where the holes are in this whole system.
Right.
So I'm hoping they're gonna work in conjunction with the other entities that are trying to do this. I worry a little about duplication of services. We have 2 or 3 different entities trying to do the same thing or not, but
Yeah, and we have to deconflict those or we lose ours, and ours has already been approved as the county and the 2 municipalities that are certified ready for grants.
as I understand it, Fremont County's moved ahead with their own
Yeah.
deal, so now us and now SCED and
Yeah, they'll have to integrate those.
I don't know. What time is that meeting? I didn't write it down because I think I had a conflict. I have another meeting at 10.
I think
That's
it's,
all right.
I believe, a 2 o'clock meeting. And then we have the UCOG focus group meeting
Right.
beforehand.
And I-
So I'm
You said it's
planning on going from the UCOG focus group to the SCED meeting.
Okay, where is that SCED meeting?
It will be in Pueblo. I've asked for a Zoom link on that because due to the timing.
Yeah,
There
I
is.
didn't really follow up because I thought the focus group meeting today or tomorrow was going to be a conflict with it, so.
Okay.
I think they can,
You're
from my
gonna bring
perspective,
your-
I wouldn't attend it either, because they did point out and we're deconflicting with us, but that doesn't mean there's some other issues that we gotta watch out, like Tom brought up.
And I'll be there as a voting member tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I won't bring up the door here to the airport because that was addressed before the meeting, so, my only other thing is the attainable housing. I think we all got a copy of what their agenda is, for this afternoon, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I think they were looking for, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys were looking for some input from us
Yes, sir.
and guidance on that, and I don't know if you guys, if that was clear to you guys on that email or not. If we don't have that guidance for them today, then I guess Barry would need to be aware of that so he can adjust his agenda on that. So looking for guidance from us as to, I might even open it up to you for a second, Barry, basically how you guys move forward and what your roles and where your lanes are at, correct?
Yes, sir. As things have been more or less restructured and restarted, it would be valuable for the new board member. It's almost a whole new board for us to get a better idea. Number one, what your real expectations of us are, where we might find ourselves out of bounds inadvertently that you might want to guide us, and conflicts of interest. We're going to have to deal with a lot of money, a lot of different entities. And it's so easy to fall into a situation where you're having a casual conversation with somebody and suddenly realize or don't realize that you're really in a conflict of interest. So we'd like to have some guidance on that. We're not looking for legalistic kind of stuff. We're looking for good judgment and guidance.
And I honestly, because it's the first time we've met since you have sent that out, we may not be ready with all that for you guys today.
No.
We might be something where we need to set up a meeting with you guys and post that as a meeting with us and a workshop and sit down and hash some of that out.
We'd be glad to do that. Well, I wanted to put you on notice that it's something we think we need. It's not urgent that it come at today's meeting. We've got plenty of agenda as it is. And we're hoping that one of y'all is able to attend that because we're in the middle of some things that are part of the restructure.
And I plan on trying to be there. So maybe I can bring some more stuff back to these guys and we can get something set up. We can talk about that at your meeting today.
Appreciate it.
Okay. That's all I have, gentlemen.
I need to tag on one last thing. Tom brought up the underfunded courts, and this is for the public's information. You know, we had a Justice Center initiative. What it evolved from was the need for a courtroom, a new court. That's a given. And that's what drove it. And we tagged on the jail as an efficient thing to do as we're designing. So now we've restructured, given that we're not about to raise taxes to go the way it was going, the way it was. But the underfunded court still exists. And I find myself as the chairman of the Justice Center Committee, whatever we want to call it. And so I have asked for a meeting to start again. And we still have $35,000 in grants that we were given to do that job for the courts. And what we're going to do with that is to go ahead and restructure the courtroom piece of that so that it's able to be added to later as other needs come up. And so we're going to continue that. We've got until the end of December to hire somebody, get the options out and spend that $35,000 to do some re-engineering. I want to let you know that. The reason I bring it up is I asked Jennifer to get with you guys to figure out a date that we could meet for a meeting, and what day we're in common, Jennifer.
So we have on the 24th, the Board of Health meeting at 10 a.m. And so with the Justice Center, Bill had asked if I could see if you all would be available around 1:30 just for an hour. If that would work, and then I'll send out invites to everyone, but we'll limit it to just an hour. So then that way you all can be able to get the ball rolling and get the people in there.
We do have a core group. He's still established, and they'll
Yes.
get to know this too. And then we'll go from there and involve other people as required.
Is that okay with you all?
24th at 1 works for me.
you want 1 or 1:30?
1:31, I don't care.
Okay, Tom?
Fine.
Perfect.
Interested to see who the invite list will be going to. Or who it isn't going to.
So yeah, we can do that. And if there's other people we want on it, let's put them on.
Can you get a copy of that list?
Absolutely.
Anything else?
Nope.
So Jennifer, do you have anything else for us?
Couple of things. One, Board of Health meeting. You all saw that invite. 2 is I am attending another PIO training that is going to be paid by the state. Starting next week, Monday through Thursday. They're taking care of the housing. The training is free. I just have to get there. So Bill gave me the okay, wanted to let you know I won't be in the office, but I will check emails and be available by text. Third is Robin asked me to touch base and make sure everyone knows that this Saturday at the Wet Mountain Fire Department, that they are going to be doing a community wildfire preparedness. They're going to have the National Weather Service, the Forest Service, all coming to give just some good insight on how to prepare for wildfire. 11 to 1, hot dogs at noon for free. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Public comment. If anybody has anything they'd like to say that is not on the agenda for later, feel free to do so at this time. Anybody here?
Is Jordan within earshot? Jordan Vincent,
He's listening.
Yeah, we have lost our Zoom.
back up, but
I'm Jim, it's affordable housing, is it a done deal?
it's working.
And what is affordable housing? What do you consider affordable housing?
Our board is an attainable housing, which we're splitting hairs. And basically, and Barry can correct me here, he's delved into it a lot more than I have. I believe at 85% of AMR or AMI. Is that correct? Is considered
Affordable, by definition, is no more than 30% of your household income going toward rent or mortgage, including utilities. Custer County, there's close to 85% of the workforce that can't qualify for the cost of the housing. in Custer County. Welcome to some of the attainable housing more needs, free, learn a lot more.
And that's a good point. All board meetings, committee meetings, whether they're volunteer or not, are open to the public, and they're under the same open sunshine rules that all public officials are. Elected officials. So you go.
Did you get your question answered? or
Yes,
not?
I'm concerned because I have never seen successful affordable housing. Anytime, if it's government subsidized, anything like that, I've never seen without capitalism. I don't like to see something like that in West Cliff or Silver Cliff.
If I could share a quick perspective, sir.
You may.
Thank you. I've been involved with and continue to try to attend as many of these housing meetings. We have an affordable housing committee that operates within the county's umbrella that answers to the commissioners. I believe their momentum will probably move towards workforce housing for Custer County. I think there is in my opinion, a successful affordable housing effort in Custer County. Get the lady's name, the gentleman that put that in, I believe it's Section 8 housing just east of Valley Bible Church, across the street from the bus barn, from the school's bus barn. I think they're doing a great job. Now, there's some issues in there, but they're issues from my perspective that they're not really, I don't think it was ever intended to address workforce housing, number one. And so I think it was put in there for a separate reason, but I think that's a great example of housing efforts in a county. So I don't mean to be argumentative, but
I appreciate that.
I struggle with a lot of the issues around affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing. I'm a proponent of workforce housing. I think that's something we could address and deal with in this county. I think the current board probably believes that as well from listening to their meetings. Obviously, it all comes around money, right? It's trying to attract investors. We don't have the money to build 15 or 20 housing units as a county, so we're going to have to attract outside investors to do that. That brings a whole nother can of worms into the scope of things. We can't offer a lot of tax incentives because we just are not there financially. So that's a problem that we keep running into. And I think for the workforce housing thing to move forward, we're still going to have to rely on some grant dollars. They're available, they're out there, but they're very difficult to get your hands on as a small rural county with a limited number of staff or people to actually do that. I sat in on those meetings statewide. It's not unusual for those counties to have 3 or 4 full-time paid staff to deal with housing and writing those grants, and we're just not there. We don't have.
Got a question as well. With that, watching what Boulder did with this affordable housing, they themselves wouldn't want to raise taxes to cover it, so they worked with developers and also gave the developers all kinds of inroads into more development. I think, I'm all for affordable housing or however it's defined, but it's how do you get that funded?
Right.
And what do you give to the developers as an incentive? We'd hate to see them take a parcel that we know and love, and all of a sudden there's a multi-million-dollar home being placed there on behest of the affordable housing.
Yeah.
I mean, has that been looked at?
Oh, absolutely. And our housing board is certainly aware and on top of that. Deed restrictions to say if this is going to be a workforce housing, then that's what it's built and designed and will maintain as workforce housing. We're not into building houses for other people to come up here and retire and buy and live in.
Can't flip them.
There's plenty of $1 million homes up here, right?
Right.
But that's totally aside of where this board's going. The housing board, the direction that they're headed is to deal with a somewhat affordable house that someone living and working in Custer County can afford to buy and or rent. Back to the AMI thing, 100% AMI for our county automatically kicks the workforce out of that market across the board. I mean, instead of 180 to 225,000, now they're looking at 285 to 320. Well, the world I live in, that's sure as hell not affordable if you're going to live and work in Custer County. It is if you want to retire and move up here from Florida or Georgia or somewhere, but not to live and work in our county as a 60 and under crowd trying to make a living. So it's a battle. But
in my opinion, we don't have much of a workforce. We have an awful lot of people that are unemployed by choice. Our restaurants are closed several days a week because nobody wants to work.
Yeah.
Isn't affordable housing just enabling them not to work?
It's a legitimate question, legitimate concern. My opinion differs from that a little bit. It's back to that chicken or egg thing. If you talk to these restaurant people, they'll say, there's a reason we can't hire anybody. There's nobody up here to hire. They can't live here. They can't afford to live here. They can't swing that $1,300 to $2,000 a month rent payment and work in a restaurant for minimum wage tips. So it depends on which side of the fence you shake out on. You could argue either one, I think, accurately and intelligently. If we have if we have workforce housing that's limited to our workforce, can we attract people here then to live here and work in service jobs, whatever those may be, education, healthcare. Mr. King is on the board of the, there's all kinds of names attached to it, but he's on the board of the clinic, so he knows. He's first line on the problems and the issues about trying to attract employees. I spent 21 years teaching the school. There's an issue trying to get people to come up here and teach school. One of them, not the only one, but one of them is I can't find a place to live. So you could argue the reason we can't find people to work is because nobody wants to work. That's a legitimate approach. I think the more optimistic view is we can't find people to work because they can't afford to live here. Now that's pessimistic in its own right, but I think it's a little more positive spin to put why we have such an issue, particularly in the restaurants right now, man. They just cannot stay open. Are there people here to work? Yeah, I'm not going to say there aren't. Then we go back to this, what I would call a young age, wanting to move back here to Custer County to live and work. Good luck with that. That's becoming very hard to make that happen at age 23 or 4 to come up here and buy a place and go to work, regardless of what the work is.
And if they can't afford it, maybe this isn't the time for a property tax increase.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're not looking at the right people about property tax increases, unfortunately. We're going to get into that later, but yeah, so certainly a complex matter. There's no simple answer to it for sure.
I'll pile on to it just real quick to reassure you guys that this whole board feels the same way. I mean, you can't give somebody something for nothing and expect them to take care of it. That's proven time and time again. You give it to them, they beat it up and they walk out because they think they deserve it and they're going to get another hand out. We're against that. We can't allow that. And then on the other hand, you can't go and dictate, okay, you can buy this house, but you can't sell it. You can't do anything else with it. And if you quit your job, what are you going to do? You know, so it's a fine line they're walking. But you need, like Tom was saying, make it affordable enough to get somebody in there and then there are deep restrictions you can put on it so that they can't flip the house and other things that they had during that time, but the house will exist. So that's a hard line to walk, and that board, we've got a great affordable housing board now. It's got a new face. It's got a lot of new people with different perspectives, and I encourage you and anybody else to attend those meetings, get that perspective into them so they can, because it is the perspective that I think most of the county citizens up here have. So thanks for bringing it up, Tim.
You know, there's a fine line too about, as elected officials, do we have any business dabbling in the open real estate market?
That's right.
I maintain we do not. That's none of our business. I don't think workforce housing is in conflict to that attitude. I think that the open real estate market is going to be what it's going to be, and we're seeing what that's happening, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons we can't afford to buy a house in Custer County as a work person, is because the open real estate market's all over these $1 million homes, 800,000, 600,000. That's separate and aside to, I think, the efforts of the workforce housing board.
Right, and they're looking for contractors that want to help make the $200,000 house. They still make money on it and help. It's a good thing to do, and I'm glad to hear that there's commercial outfits that are willing to look at that. It's not about the government doing it all and paying for it.
So it's tending more towards workforce than
Yes.
necessarily affordable. Because I'd say, look at Boulder for an example.
Sure.
As to how that fell.
Yeah.
And fell's misery
Right.
by the day.
I desperately want to publicly call our housing board a workforce housing board. But they haven't really adopted that name officially yet. I know Barry believes in that. He's carrying that torch forward, but I tried not to say that this morning.
There's some of your input.
It's not really accurate, but yeah, that's my opinion. That's where they're headed. Workforce housing, attainable, affordable, out the window. We have to deal with something we can get our hands around.
Right. Well, way to transition when you brought up the tax. Since unless we have any other further public comment, that is what we will move on to next. And I'm not seeing any hands online. So,
Just got booted, so I don't know.
okay, well, I was still there. So our first item up would be the discussion of the issues with property tax increase due to the increase in property values, and I'll hand the floor to you, sir.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna stand up so I can see you. I know somebody looking around can't see me. There's good news, but it's not, it's not the panacea, it's not the be all end all. So the good news is there are three bills that are important. Let me name them. There's Senate Bill 108. It's obscure and it happened last year, and it's on the governor's desk to be signed. And the people that are working this tax increase issue are subtly doing it behind the scenes because they want the governor to sign that bill. And I'll explain why here in a minute. The other two bills that are very important are 303, it's House
Senate
proposition.
Senate Bill 303.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's a Senate Bill 303. It's a proposition that refunds they're going to get over and say, well, we'll get this taper. We're going to work with it. And I'm not going to get into the details, not necessary right now, but it's like a $40,000 refund, and they're going to do it each year and figure out how to do it for a limited time. To make it more incentive, to incentivize that to happen, there's another bill. It's 311. 311 is really bad. Think about it. They're wanting to give a tax break to people that aren't paying taxes on property. They don't own property. They want to give money to these guys to go vote to have this other bill pass go on in November and make this a happening. Think about it. That's pretty bad. But the light at the end of the tunnel is if Senate Bill 108 is signed by the governor, and it's good that we're bringing it up now. You want to beat your chest on this one. It's because it gives every elected or taxing district authority, the commissioners, the fire department, the school, the medical centers, all those districts to play with their own mills and to reduce the mill levy to make up the difference on what this other bill would try to do. And so they suggest that what we do is get a meeting together of the taxing authorities in this county, first of all, and talk about what we can do and what does that mean specifically. Unless there's a contract been signed on one of these taxing districts that makes it a requirement to always spend the money like that, not allow it to be jockeyed with up or down, and that would have to be dealt with separately. Elbert County's doing it. Keller County's already put a message out in opposition to this bill in the first place, and I still think we need to do that. This is a nonpartisan, it's a bipartisan issue. Every taxpaying citizen up here ought to be able to do that. We need a petition as long as your arm saying we're not going to put up with this. I know every citizen in this county ought to be willing to sign that at no risk and certify it. We're going to get it certified and notarized and all those kind of things that happen, but we can talk about that later. And so what it does, it in effect makes this House, these two bills, 303 and 311, get moved. It would do that effectively. So that's what we need to discuss. I was in the mood to get this rallying going right now and figure out what resolutions we need to write to protest this first. And then the other resolution is we got to make sure everybody votes. Well, that would be part of this process working with the tax districts. So we need to take that next step. And so what I'll do, we are fellow commissioners here, is I'll put that together and I'll work with some people. I've already started the process of trying to figure out what resolutions there may be necessary. We'll have to change that attack now after we get the taxing districts together and get a team together based on with everybody in the county, not just the commissioners doing it. So that's what I wanted to bring forward to everybody to see. And if you have a quick question, I know a little bit more, but not much. I would like to have that meeting take place first, and then we'll call a special meeting together of those districts. Yes.
How quick are you gonna do that?
How quick?
How quick, when's that meeting? I'm
I'm going to do it immediately as soon as we get it together. I was working with Mark Baisley on this, and it's important to move now. It's important that the other counties are doing the same thing. And Baisley is working with the people in his district and he's passing along to others as well. So we'll, there's no grass is gonna grow under our feet. And I'll make sure of that from my point of view, with the team of people that I've already talked with Baisley. So that's my proposal right now, guys. And then we can move forward with this meeting and then stay tuned. We'll get that special tax district meeting up soon. As a matter of fact, I think just another thought here just crossed my mind. I know Liberty Rocks, which is people are thinking is a Republican thing. It's not. It's all denominations are welcome from what I understand. And I think, Ann, you've mentioned it to me some time ago. You got a program coming. I think you wanted to discuss a lot of these kinds of things. Is that possible to do?
Yes, if I may, this Thursday at Fort Kings at 6 o'clock, there will be Stephanie Luck, our representative legislative. Mark Baisley is trying to be there. We are asking other people to come so that your questions can be answered, or questions that need to come back to the commissioners to answer. Anybody's welcome to attend.
And then Baisley will bring up, as a matter of fact, he wants to come up to me. I'm glad to hear that you're inviting him. I talked to him this morning again, just to get that reassurance that he was wanting to come. He loves Custer County. He loves Westland. So.
And there's also a fourth bill, just so you know, the HA, which may be renamed the II.
Oh, that's right.
That would reduce the amount of refund money by 23% of Tabor that would come back to the taxpayers.
That's right. And Mark mentioned that to me. They didn't call it that, but he said there are other things scheming to. That's why it says it sounds good. $40,000 refund. It isn't going to last more than 10 seconds. You know, the first time they do it, and then they're going to go like Ann just pointed out. That's my spiel. And any other questions? All right, good. Let's move forward.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. I think when we talk about the legislative initiatives, if we're going to get anything positive out of it, I certainly want to bring up Senate Bill 213. I know it's died. I hope it died with a slow, miserable, torture, painful death, because they being the state legislature was getting ready to absolutely put the screws down on small rural counties.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar with 213, it really dealt with trying to take local control over land use and zoning away
Zoning, can you imagine?
Away from the
eminent domain kind of thing.
Take it away from the local counties and deal with that. It would have destroyed what we believe and stand for in Custer County. No question in my mind about that. So I thank God that did die up there in Denver. They didn't bury it. It's not underground. I'll guarantee you it'll be back next year.
How they think.
There are times when I wished our legislative session took up every other year instead of every year, you know. But, yeah.
Every 4 years.
This 303 thing, obviously, we're aware and have been made aware of citizens' feelings towards that. I try to start my conversations with, you need to understand, I opened my tax bill just like you did and was not pleased. I don't know. I will be mildly surprised if any of that is walked back. I think that bridge has left the dock for now. I talked to an individual in this county who, through his various investments in ownerships of rental properties, so on and so forth, his tax bill, his assessed value increased to the point that he said, I won't be able to afford to do that. I'm going to have to sell. I'm going to have to divest whatever. I can't afford that. He said, I encumbered a $1 million increase in my assessed valuation over the last 2-year period. You know, JD does that assessment every 2 years, and it's brutal. I sympathize with you folks. I'm sure have gotten those. Other people that have called and said, man, you're killing us. Well, I know people don't want to hear this, right? The Board of County Commissioners didn't have a damn thing to do with that.
Here did
We're not
JD.
killing anybody, neither did JD.
That was my point.
JD is following the state law. Our problem is with the legislatures and the governor. Nobody's going to call up there and yell and scream at them, right? They're going to do it with their local representatives and elected officials. Understand that. I wish that would have been our decision. It wasn't. I don't
Yeah,
know.
let me pile onto that one too. JD needs to be at that meeting and I'll invite him to make sure he's there so he can hear Paisley personally, and so he can talk to people as they come into it. And JD himself, when I talked to JD about it, he's willing to, you guys can protest, everybody can protest, and he's willing to get it, and we can send on but you know what? Like Tom said, there are people with 10, 20 properties up here. You got to protest each one separately because they're all unique. And so you can make a different argument for all of them. He's willing to work that. Think about it. But maybe it won't be necessary in the end. We got a year to get to that vote in November, not a year. We got the rest of this year to get there. But we got to do it and make it happen. So it is moved and he doesn't have to reassess anybody. And we get the mill levies down.
I would just throw a plug in for JD. Yes, if you want to protest it, but JD's just the messenger.
Yeah.
So I would just like to say that publicly. He's doing what he has to do, and keep that in mind when you go and talk to him. So, and that's usually the case. The people you deal with are not the ones that instituted things. So try to be respectful, I guess, is what I would say.
Yeah, can I tag on real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, the word in protest, obviously it's an appeal, and every property owner has the right to make an appeal to the assessor if you feel like your property has been unfairly assessed. What he has done, and he'll explain that, and he'll come in front of the appellate board, which happens to be the Board of County Commissioners. If you appeal, he will explain to us how he arrived at your assessed value. And most of that is comparables, right? And tied to the real estate market. So if you believe that he had looked at those 2 or 3 things and still unfairly assess your property, then I would encourage you to exercise your right and file an appeal with JD. But I think we all have the utmost confidence that JD's doing what's right. JD got a tax notice in the mail too, right? He's a homeowner. So he's suffering the same ills as the rest of us, but he's trying to do his job according to the law. And I think he's trying to be fair and equitable to everybody. I don't think we're up here telling you, don't go to JD. No, that's not, that you have a right to do that. We had an appeal. This board set as an appellate board last year, well, 2 years ago, when a gentleman appealed his assessed value. Lives out of state, I know the guy personally, I'm friends with him. He didn't really understand how JD come up with those assessed values. And so it was a learning process for him to go through that appeal process. But it's tough. JD is suffering, believe me, man. He doesn't like what he's doing right now. He knows it's hard on everybody. So
it's bad timing. And of course, if it's going up because of property values, it will come down, I guess, with property values. The taxes will
if you
come down.
If you truly believe that, which I try to believe that,
Yeah.
I'm afraid property is
It's gonna raise as much as quick.
My tax assessed value will stay at or above where it's at. That's what I'm worried about. But you have to put faith in the system to some degree too. The one gentleman called me, said, I talked to JD, and JD said, I hate to tell you this, but he said, we are rapidly becoming another mini Bay Aspen. Our property values are killing us. And I asked him, I said, okay, if you were to sell one of your properties, would you be willing to sell it less than what the real estate market is? No. I said, that's exactly why we're where we're at. Nobody's going to give their properties away, right? We all want to make money if we sell real estate. And if we do, that inflates the prices of those parcels. And guess what? It's just a vicious cycle now. Everybody thinks they have a God-given right to make money on a real estate deal. No question
But
about
that's
that.
the time to raise taxes is when you sell it. And if you've sold it for a lot more, then the next person pays more taxes.
Yeah. Or can't afford to buy it. There's always going to be somebody with enough money to buy up here in this county, it's my perception. But anyway, good discussion.
Anything else on this?
Negative.
Sure. Okay, let's see
I
anything
would, not to belabor it, but I do want to say this publicly. I do not know everything there is to know about these legislative bills and how they came about and who's promoting them and there's always something behind it that not everybody gets to see. I wish, this is the only time you'll ever hear me say this. I wished I lived closer to Denver as a county commissioner so that I could go to every one of those legislative hearings and try to testify in those Senate and House hearings. I have not done that. I've never testified before the state legislature. It's tough to stay on top of that and try to do everything else as well. So I just wanted to say that I'm not as fully educated in this whole realm as I should be. And I'm going to work diligently to try to make progress in that area. It's hard to stay on top of what's going on at the Capitol. Very difficult.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next item up would be our item A, the consideration of the VSO job description and posting that job as well. I believe, Eric, are you still with us, sir?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting here this morning.
Introduce Eric.
Eric is, and I'm going to butcher your last name, Eric, is, give it to us.
It's Monsabias.
All righty, because I was going to butcher it again. I apologize for that, but you knew that. From the state VSO office, he has been filling in for us in the absence of Jared. He has also worked diligently in helping put this job description together, and I thank you for being with us here today. Oh, there's Braden here. I think we have a copy of that in our packet. And Braden, would you have anything to speak to up front on this, or?
No, other than the fact that Eric did a great job. I think this was the boilerplate from the state, and then he more adapted that to Custer County and what our VSO could look like. So yeah, this is exactly what he had. I thought really hit what we're looking for.
Okay. So I'll bring it. Eric, did you want to speak to anything before I bring it back to the table here?
No, sir. I think that's spot on. Better what when we initially spoke, what the commissioners would like to see from a VSO, and I think with this job description, it puts all the cards on the table, so the incumbent knows what's expected. That way we can plan, and I can jump in there, like we said, after you hire an individual and provide training and lay just an overall better bedrock foundation and set this VSO and Custer County veterans up for success.
Thank you, sir. Bill.
Yeah, I'll kick this off. I have looked this over. We did work hard in our last meeting when we brought this up, when Eric first came up, and he understood the issues that we had. He understood the issues that our previous VSOs have had in their tenures in each office. And I talked to Eric separately as well. And so I would move that we accept this job application and post it as presented. It covers the details adequately in my view.
Would that be application or description?
Description, I'm sorry,
Okay.
job description. Not that. We can get yeah, I'm taking two steps at the same time. No, I move that we accept this job description
And
and post it.
do I have a second? I would second that. We'll move into discussion. Okay, discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I didn't second the motion because I would prefer us deal with these two things separately. I personally do not believe, and Eric, I want to say before I get into that I really appreciate your efforts. I know you didn't fundamentally agree with a couple of the points that the Board of County Commissioners brought up at our last meeting with you, but I certainly respect and appreciate the fact that you wrote this job description with those things in mind, even though it was something that you may have thought there might have been a better way to go about doing a couple things. And so I just really appreciate that. I don't think from reading this, certainly as a former educator, it's ready to publish. I think we need to wordsmith it and correct some grammatical stuff in there is why I didn't want to second the motion yet. I don't have a problem with the job description in its entirety. I just think I would be embarrassed if we sent that to the press in its current form. And no disrespect meant to you, sir. I know you weren't tasked with coming up with a.
No, I was gonna say I second that because my writing is not my strong point.
Yeah. The meat on the bones, I certainly appreciate what that document looks like. I think it reflects exactly what we talked about in Wetmore. So I am not at all opposed to that job description. I appreciate, I talked with Braden a little bit about this. I appreciate with a lot about what's not in that job description. And back to my original comment about, I know you didn't fundamentally agree with some of our stuff, but I think this job description moves the VSO in a direction that the Board of County Commissioners believes it needs to go in moving forward. And that's what's important.
Okay, so let me address that. And that's the reason I made the motion, so we could have that discussion. So let's, I'll amend that to, and I don't know if it's an amendment or not, but I don't know why we can't accept it. And then with the proviso that it be corrected to meet the standards we would expect to publish it.
Right.
But the content, we don't need to debate.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
why I
would-
didn't second your motion, Commissioner Kanda. It was not out of disrespect.
No, I
but
understand.
I didn't want us to vote on posting this job description because I personally don't believe it's ready to be
Right.
posted.
So, but you made a great point, and so that's why we have the discussion. So let's go ahead and in the interest of getting to the rest of the agenda I would amend that and to accept it, the content as the provision that it would be, we would review it before it's published to make sure it's been corrected for the spelling errors and other errors.
And you want to leave the rest of your motion
Yeah, and then
as stands, or do you want
in order to
to,
post
the
it.
posting thing? Do you
Yeah.
want that still in your motion?
Well, I had
or
that
no?
in there to post it once it's been reviewed and correct. It's for its content. As you described.
So let me restate that
Restate it.
motion and correct me if I am wrong. So the motion on the floor would be to accept this job description and to go through and clean it up to get ready for posting before it is sent to the newspapers for posting.
Right.
Is that accurate?
Yeah. And that would be up to Braden to take it and clean it up.
Yeah, I can't pull it up right now. I got booted off again, but.
And is it okay if I add a little bit more to this?
May, sir.
And the reason the reason I left some of the items off of there that were a concern to the commissioners, and Braden can give a back brief later if you want it, is I've I've talked to the American Legion. I've talked to a couple of community partners. And what we're going to do is to support the VSO is identify all the community agencies. And the reason I'm saying this out loud is I know there's people from, it's open to the public. So the public knows the social service aspect of the VSO will still be there, but it's going to be more of a referral. Instead of the VSO having hands-on, the VSO is going to have the community somewhat at his disposal, or at his, his toolbox to be appropriately send veterans to the right organizations to get the help they need, which allows the VSO to stay on veteran services, claims, benefits, stuff like that, and not be so heavily involved with the social aspect, which was a concern for the commissioners. And I think what caused a lot of the burnout for the VSOs historically. So that's why I left that off of there, but there's still plenty of ammunition there to help vets on the social aspect of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Flair.
Thank you. I guess a question for all of us, even including you, Eric. I always look at these job descriptions and I have a tendency to ask, do we really mean what this says? If we vote to approve this job description without any significant changes other than some edits, we will not hire anyone that does not have a bachelor's degree in either social sciences, education, or philosophy. Is that correct? Because that's exactly what it says.
And it's also a lead way. If the degree is not there, it can be supplemented with experience. That is we've just found at the state level, putting someone who doesn't have either the experience or the formal education to be able to write, because there is a lot of writing of statements and pointing out of evidence. Also going in front of judges for BVA appeals, you got to be able to properly communicate. So that's why we throw the language in there of having some sort of formal education. And then if there's some combination of education and experience, that would be up to the commissioners to make that determination.
But it doesn't say that, Eric. It says that you must have 2 years related experience required, and you must have a bachelor's degree in one of those 3 fields required. So as I read this, you have to have both of those or you're not eligible to be hired for this job. And that concerns me a little.
I meant that's an oversight. I meant to write that in there. Good catch. Because I do want to give the commissioners that leadway to be able to go half and half, education experience or all experience. So I did leave that part out. Braden can feel free to reword that how he wants to.
And if I can speak to that real quick, so then with my cleaning up of this, I would say add to the end of that philosophy field required or 4 years education or 4 years equivalent education or experience.
Absolutely. And I think that's great. And I personally don't have a problem even leaving it in the hard requirement if it was interpreted that way. I'll clean that up. And the reason for that is because we got a lot of veterans and a lot of military, and a lot of military have a lot of education. And I don't think that would be a scary thing to leave on there, but I'm perfectly happy if the experience talks more than formal education.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, gentlemen.
Anything else that we specifically want to address here before we call this vote? Anything from the floor? Nothing online either.
As I remember, there was something in there about
Sure.
obtaining
That
certificates.
announcement.
I could not hear, and could you ID yourself?
Brad Anderson, is that announcement going to contain the wording for veterans preference?
You have to be a veteran.
That's right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see the.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
requirement.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Said
requirement
there's
of that
some- there's some
job.
Errors in there.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
wanted to Make sure that wording.
It's a veteran's position.
Yes, thank you.
Sir.
Or dependents.
No, the requirement is you must be an honorably discharged veteran
Okay.
to be eligible for
I've
this
seen different
job.
Announcements where is allowances for permanent disabled
Right.
veterans.
Not the case
Not
here.
here.
Anything else? Okay, I have a motion on the floor then to accept this job description with a little bit of work cleaning it up and with the changes that Commissioner Farr brought forth. And to post this after those edits have taken place. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
and we're gonna leave it up to Braden to determine how long he wants to post it and all that.
Yep, that's his job.
All right, thank you. And Eric, I thank you for being with us today. I know you have other things going on and I appreciate your time with us today.
Thank you for the invitation. I look forward to continue this and we'll get you set up straight there in Custer County.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate all your efforts.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Okay.
You guys online, I'm struggling, man. I've been booted about.
Been watching yours
4 or
drop
5
on and off
times.
quite a bit. Mine dropped a couple of times, but I'm on now. Our next item would be item B, consideration of the county maintenance and repair program. We did receive a packet this morning.
Okay, let me set the stage for it then.
Okay,
So what we've got, for those that haven't been following it, we have a contract proposal for request for proposals for a county maintenance manager. It's buildings and repair program manager. And that manager would be responsible for all the minor repairs in the county, all county buildings, 10 of them. And it would also be responsible for posting and getting the bidding process out for major repairs that cost anywhere to the millions of dollars if something were to happen. We had a catastrophic event out here at this airport where the door in the maintenance area right out behind you there was blown open and broken, and the skylights were blowing out, and the water froze up, and the fire truck that was in here had a pump problem, and a lot of money. And so that manager would be accountable to answer all the calls by all of the building issues that come up. And we had a bidders conference last Monday, and it was well attended. It was great to see the interest of the different contractors that were asked to submit their bid in. The process is going to continue. We have a bidding evaluation sheet. So what you're going to hear today are the proposed costs or the bids that they're making to be that program manager. And then we will go through the best value part of this is the qualification of the contractor himself, the relevant experience of similar projects that would apply, demonstrated understanding the proposal. And these are all 20% of a score of 1 to 10. And then the project approach, the ability to meet deadlines and references for a total of 100 points. So what will happen today is we'll look at the prices, announce that, and then we will take the three of us, the commissioners here that have to make the decision and score the proposals that are presented so that we can put that into our pot to consider. We will have a special meeting. We talked about, that's my proposal now, is to, in order, we have a choice. We can do it and wait for the end of the month meeting or the next meeting to have that announcement after we evaluate it, or we can have a special meeting to go ahead and discuss these proposals amongst us publicly and then announce it. That way it would be sooner, because then the contractor could be ready to hit the ground on the first of the month, or we wait and then the contractor hits the ground running after the first of the month. Kevin, I'll leave it up to you to propose something.
So I guess before I do open these, I would pose that question. Because just judging by the differences in our proposals here, there's a lot of information
To go through.
to go through. So I would look, if you have a proposal, I would look to you to get your opinion on that, sir.
Yeah, I've got a couple things, and I don't mean to over dramatize this, but I should have brought this up earlier. I forgot to do it, and I apologize. I may request an executive session. Dependent on the packets that we received today.
Good.
Is that fair enough?
Sure.
If I say anything more than that, it would be inappropriate, but if after, I'm assuming we're gonna open these.
That's
today.
right. We have to open. Yes.
Today?
Yes.
Oh.
That's how it was announced. We will announce it. We just need to know the prices to move forward with. Are you wanting to do an executive session first? Look at
No,
it?
I will, depending on the contents and what we have, I may ask for an executive
Okay.
session after we open them.
Fair enough.
I think I agreed with what you were saying. I'm not in favor of making a decision today, because I think it's too much information.
And I think we're all in agreement. So I guess before we, I will open these and read them, at least in part. Today, we got one here that's quite lengthy, I believe. So, but we'll furnish the price ranges at least here
Yeah, I
today.
wouldn't read any of the others.
And there might be an executive session with our attorney, I would imagine, and then set up a meeting for that. That might be a joint, have a special meeting with a executive session. So that being said, we do have, as I was stating earlier, received a packet here that has 3 proposals in it. And the first one I'm going to open was received on 5/15 at 8:55 a.m.
You're prepared to release the names of the applicants and the quotes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Just bring your drum.
This proposal is from Mr. Pat O'Connor. His business name is Mr. Fix-It. And looking here, he gives some background information. Experience. I'm looking through here. Project approach. Okay, cost for the bid, page 6 of 6 on this section here. As a matter of fact, I believe there are copies to hand out. My apologies. His bid is actually on page 6, and I'll read page 6. To execute the duties of on-call maintenance contractor as outlined in the RFP, Custer County Buildings and Repair Program, I would like to receive $4,000 monthly for a total of $48,000 for the year. I understand that no benefits will be offered for this position, and as Mr. Fix-It business, I will provide my own vehicle, cell phone, computer, internet, etc., and other necessary tools to execute the position. I will cover all expenses related to executing the position of maintenance contractor as in my current business with the exceptions listed below. For routine and small repairs and maintenance on county buildings that my Mr. Fix-It company will complete when not needing to bring in subcontractors, I will invoice for materials and labor at the labor rate of $60 per hour and materials and or supplies at cost plus 15%. I will also submit invoices to Custer County HR Finance on behalf of subcontractors as outlined in the maintenance oversight section of the RFP. I will carry out all of the position requirements listed in the maintenance oversight section of the RFP. This one here was received on 5/15/23 at 3 p.m. This is from Shakespeare Painting. Contractor overview, current workload. Budget approach. I'll go to the back. Which are reference letters. Maybe I can see a third. Okay. Page 3, costs. The county will provide a stipend to the contractor of $20,000 per annum, divided monthly at the rate of $1,667. The county will provide a stipend to cover cell phone costs at $75 per month. Labor provided by the contractor will be billed as follows: general maintenance, $30 an hour. Electrical, $70 an hour. Plumbing, $70 an hour. Drywall and painting, $60 an hour. In the event that outside RFP contracts become necessary, the contractor assumes all duties of creating and submitting the RFP according to state and county guidelines. The contractor assumes oversight responsibility for said project. The RFP process falls within the stipulations of the contractor's responsibilities and is covered under the stipend remuneration. And I believe that is the end of that section. Okay. So the 20,000. The third was received on 8/15/23 at 3:55 p.m. For copy, I have not been passing one to you. My apologies there. Okay, this one is from Everyday Home Inspection. Daniel Cree. And the last page. Under costs. The cost for my service is $1,500 per month. Included in this cost will be one written inspection report per month on a scheduled rotation for each building to be inspected annually. 4 hours of maintenance work per month before the county would be charged for labor. Unused hours do not carry over for each month. Hourly rate for repairs, maintenance will be $75 per hour plus material costs. No markup on the cost. Hourly rate begins when arriving on the job site and ends when leaving the job site. Mileage will be charged at the national rate from Custer County Building, AKA the courthouse. If awarded this job, I will provide a general liability insurance certificate with Custer County listed as additionally insured. That would be $1,500 per month.
18,000.
Okay. So those are the three proposals that we have received. And there's quite a bit more information to go through on these.
We're gonna keep the ones you just gave us. As opposed to, we might as well take them out.
Yeah,
I think so.
I would move to postpone action item on this agenda item until you gentlemen have a preferred date. I would suggest we don't want to have it on the last meeting of the month. So probably, let me get to my calendar. June. No, we don't have a mid-month. So I wanted to make sure, yeah, June 6th.
June 6th. Work. I'm good with that.
Good. All right.
Second.
That was a motion. No, it hadn't been seconded yet.
Second.
Okay, so we'll have a motion on the floor to defer action on this item until June 6th. Any other discussion? Those in favor, anything from the floor? Anything from online? Yeah. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries.
And we could have a short recess. I'd have a sidebar with Braden to follow up on some information about the executive session.
Okay.
5 minutes.
I think 5 minutes would be prudent.
There's 2 bathrooms. One over here, and there's one around the corner.
So we will
outside.
take a short break.
Outside the door.
Is there only 3 copies of those?
No,
There's a 4th copy.
I'm not sure.
Okay, welcome back. The time is now 10:59 a.m. I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Excuse me. Our next item would be item C, discussion of the EMS driveway and paving. You do have that in your packet. A request from the Custer County EMS.
Yeah, Custer County Hospital District.
Thank you, Sam. That way I can get out quick.
Okay.
Run,
Begging.
run, beg for your life.
So we do have a letter from you guys, but I will let you just address us right now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. So so West Custer County Hospital District has two enterprises. One is Custer County Health Center Clinic. The other is Custer County EMS. They're independent of each other as operating businesses. The EMS building we've worked on over the years, and we actually got donations 2 years ago to pave out in front of the ambulance base because we had ambulances stuck in the mud, which delays time. We got that done for free as part of a enterprise zone project. We now want to pave the entranceway to the building and employee parking area. And there's a couple of motivations there. Our employees deserve a decent place to park, and during mud season, it's not. But more to the point is, while we don't encourage this, we have people come and drop off folks that are injured or are sick at the EMS building when the clinic isn't open, which is 8 to 5 currently, Monday through Friday. And it can be dangerous, bringing somebody that's got a broken leg or whatever. And so it's to the benefit of all county residents that we pave this area. It's never been paved. We've put rock down when we plow in the wintertime, the rock ends up off to the side. And so we last year went out for bids, and we had 2 bids formalized and got them back. The low bid was $64,000. It's about 7,000 square feet that's got to be graded and paved, and it's an odd shape and it's also hilly. And I compared that to what the costs were that were donated for the earlier paving that we did in front of the barn. And it was right there where it should have been. It made sense. Now, we don't encourage people to drop off at the EMS because the possibility, since we have a crew there 24/7, 365, but you could possibly show up with somebody that's bleeding and the crew's out on a run. And what happens is if you haven't called 911, you've delayed the second call crew showing up. So we really discourage it or don't want to promote it. At the same time, we can't prevent it. If you're hurt, bleeding, saw accident, whatever, and you're within a few blocks, the natural inclination is to come. So we need to have that be a safe area. When we went out for bid and we put it in our 2023 budget, we expected that the Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund would match us for half of that. It turned out they refused because they said that paving is the responsibility of the county. Now, we countered with the fact that, well, this isn't county land, this is special district land. They were unmoved by that point. And so we end up on the hook to do it all. We're able to do that. We're drawn from reserves, which thank God we have. As you mostly know, up until as late as 2018, we were chronically in the red. We're now in the black. And so we're doing this from reserves, and we can do this. And I hate to take money from the county, but the truth is, in good faith, we've been taking care of parts of the county from the beginning that don't actually contribute to the mill levy. Highway 165, everything east of Highway 165 and Mackenzie Junction don't pay the mill levy. There's never been dispute. We take care of that area. So we're coming to you in good faith. We got no right to ask you for money, but we sure would appreciate a donation toward that half that we thought bridge or energy and mineral impact would cover. So that's the pitch.
Can I ask a quick question?
You bet.
How much, if you paid for it all yourself, how low is your reserve and what would you need a reserve for certain things for sure?
Yeah,
Just
like
need to
right
understand
now.
that a little bit.
Yeah, reserve. In fact, it's a good thing we're carrying reserve because right now we went over to pick up our check from Virginia the other day and we were told that we couldn't get our check, our mill levy check, because of an IT problem with the county. We can pay our employees because of reserve. Right now, our active reserve, I looked at it yesterday, is about $500,000. Now, that's a number you have to be careful of because near the end of the calendar year, you get to where the amount coming in monthly from the, it's not an even amount.
Right.
Most people don't realize that. It's not even amount that comes in every month. It goes up and down. And toward the end of the year, that reserve really shrinks, but we'll be okay. I mean, we already knew that when I made the commitment to do this. Yeah, I had to make the commitment, not knowing whether or not we'd get a grant to help us. And so we made a commitment with that number.
Thank you. Very appreciate you being here. There's a couple of things I'd like to address. One of them I want to ask, did you get to the point with DOLA where you had a dollar figure in mind for a grant?
Yeah, well, it wasn't DOLA, it was Energy and Mineral Assistance Impact.
Right.
Which is, we wanted to work with them because that's state money.
Right.
Where you're not dealing with Davis-Bacon labor rules. And we were after a 50% match.
Okay. All
So
right.
32,000.
Yeah. So that mineral impact grant is handled by DOLA, at least for us, for the county. That's where we get our mineral impact money, is through DOLA. It's that grant, but they administer it.
But it's different than like a community development.
Yes,
block
absolutely.
where you're
Absolutely
hung
different
up with
deal.
Davis-Bacon.
Yeah. So, one, I really want to tell you how much I appreciate the fact that you are upfront with us and you are telling us, hey, we can do this. There's times when people have the money, claim they don't, and want some help. You're being very forthright and upfront, and I appreciate that. I know I visited with you in the past about this whole project. So when I look at your quotes, I'm led to believe you want to concrete this, but
Yeah.
you said pave, so
I'm sorry,
asphalt
concrete.
paving or concrete.
We looked at both, and the concrete is so much more resilient and long lasting. I mean, we're there forever. It's much more resilient and long lasting. If you look at the athletic club parking lot, you can get an example, a reference on what Macadam paving or Rosita Road.
Yeah. Snow plowing hard on them, there's no question.
Yeah, right.
And then the other comment, I'm a little disappointed about the Mineral Impact Fund. We don't own that property, as I know you've told them that. We have no vested interest in that. We have an interest in the whole thing, obviously, community-wise, but I'm surprised that they wouldn't even entertain a conversation about that they tried to lay that off on the county.
It did. I was miffed. I mean,
Who'd you deal with? Was it the new director for our
no, I can't remember the guy that is our contact person's name. The fact is, if you look, more than half of the fire departments and rec centers of Weld County were funded through Energy and Mineral, and I'm sure they didn't build the building and not pave the parking lot. If they took that position, and in fairness, it does say it right in their guidelines. They pointed that out to me, actually. I didn't notice it in the guidelines for what's applicable. And they pointed out that it's right there in the guidelines that they don't do paving.
Which I'm much more prone to go along with that language than, hey, that's the county's responsibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
It would be our responsibility if we owned the building and or the land. I get that. That's not the case. So I was a little surprised about that, but.
And I think they had no reason not to assume you didn't.
Right. And so then there was a line in here that, of course, attracted my attention, and I'm going to ask you about that. In the last paragraph, you ask if it's possible for the county to contribute some funds.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you have a figure in mind?
We weren't looking for you to cover what we were looking for in energy and mineral. You know, a good faith, if we could get $10,000 or $15,000, it would make it. $10,000 means a lot. I want to do an inclusion on Highway 165. I've been through this with JD. It only brings in $10,000 a year currently, but it's usable money. So that everything that we can not have to draw out of reserves, we're working on a lot of big stuff. And, you know, I've got $100,000 already allocated out of reserves for a truck next year in 24. We don't know if we're going to get the matching money out of RETAC for that, but we're on the hook. The truck's ordered, had to order it a year ahead. Now you got to have an F-450, the 350s, they changed the rules and the weight. They can't put an ambulance box on a 350 anymore. So anyway, we're already looking out on the horizon, thinking about ways that we have to fund things because our mill levy is just such that, frankly, EMS, if we really were hard about this, EMS gets 3.5 mills, the district gets 4.408, and EMS is chronically in red. Every year, the budget, they're in the red. Now we backfill because of money that we have accumulated now from the Heart of the Rockies contract, where that's part of what put us in the black. Well, it's more than part, it's the reason we're in the black. So we have to plow money over to EMS all the time as it is, and their equipment is expensive. It's, you know, every time you turn around, there's some kind of $6,000 thing or, you know, $1,200 thing.
Timeline?
June, they've already got, they're working on the date in June to do this.
And I'm sure you're aware the minute you have any forward progress physically, then you're disqualified from grants moving forward. You cannot ask for a grant with a project that you've already started.
Yeah, right. No, can't backfill.
So I think, gentlemen, my question would be, I certainly want to support the clinic. They have stepped up to the plate. You roll the calendar back 3 or 4 years ago, it was
touch and go.
It was touch and go for all of us, and they stepped up and I think made the first move there, and I want to honor that. I would support this. My big question is, I don't know where Brayton went. I think he said something.
He's right there.
Oh, he's still here.
Where's the money?
He's the great money man back there. I'm prone to make a motion to support this project. I'm hesitant unless.
Is there a rush to do it? Can we get the money thing thought about and then you're not in any rush, are you?
Well,
next month.
I know, but.
Well, no, but that's a good point. No,
They
we
got
can
the money.
backfill. So if we're gonna get a donation from the county, we can
You
backfill.
got time.
We don't have to have an answer today. I wasn't even looking for an answer today. I just wanted to get it out to you.
Because I have the same opinion Tom does. The bottom line is, county was responsible for the ambulance service. That's how it was set up initially. That's our responsibility. We gave it, but we contracted away, or you remember the kabuki dance we got into the whole thing. So you know, in the big picture, we care and that we should be doing something.
Justine,
But we need to think about where that money is, because Peter paid Rob, Peter paid Paul, and you won't get your road graded. Right.
That wouldn't frankly change.
You don't get it graded anyway.
Actually, they did a
I
real
need to
nice
write
job
that
on
down.
the-
Yeah. Okay, I'll accept that. That's
Well, I would move that we support this request at the level of $10,000.
You want to wait on that until we figure out might be more than that would be worth it. Figure out what Brady's got.
No, I think that's a fair amount.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Do I have
I'll
a second?
second.
Okay. So I do have a motion on the floor to support the paving, concrete paving project at the ambulance barn to the sum of $10,000. Pending visiting with finance as to where those funds would come from. Any other discussion? Anything from the room?
If the Lions crew wants to argue with that.
Not seeing anything online. So those in favor of supporting the paving, concrete paving project at the ambulance barn in the sum of $10,000, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
Quid pro quo here is that you rename your board.
I didn't change that name. I don't know where that came from.
What's the name?
Well, it says in the bylaws, the Custer County Attainable Housing Committee.
Oh.
But it's been called the board since I joined, and I don't know where it came from, but we're trying to address that in bylaws update.
Yeah, at one time here, we did have a housing authority board and it went away. So I suspect that board got drug over. Truly, you are a committee, right?
I don't think any of us mind what we're called.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Yeah.
Late for dinner.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item up would be the consideration of allocating funds for the mold remediation at the sheriff's office. What's
I
that?
think he was asking if we need, I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay. So we have a couple of items in our packet in regards to that. Sheriff Smith.
Actually, let me ask him if he can just stand for this one item.
I think you ought to hang around.
Okay.
Hey, Brady. You have a minute? Yeah, because this, I know I'm gonna ask a question. Sorry, I interrupted. I was thinking when you left, well, we can ask Lisa. Oh, no, and Lisa's not here.
So,
She is. Oh,
yeah, she's at the office.
okay.
Okay, so consideration of allocating funds for the mold remediation in the sheriff's office. I'm gonna say this is 4 weeks ago now. About 3 weeks ago when it was brought to Sheriff Smith's attention that there was mold in the evidence room. And so they had an inspection done. The inspection also had to include an inspection for asbestos. So that's also going to be addressed in this. And we have invoices here that has already taken place. And the sheriff has come to us asking for reimbursement to the sum of $4,075.
Sir, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask Brady real quick. It appears both these invoices have been paid to AEC, or let me pull it up here real quick. Was billed to the sheriff's department. Do you have knowledge that these two invoices were paid, one for $1,400 and one, I think, for 15 something, which while you're looking that up, yeah, 1,500 even. So I wonder who paid these. And secondly, that's $2,900.
I have $2,980 per notes from Jennifer on my
And 1,000
paperwork for the
asbestos.
mold, and 1,095 then for the asbestos,
Total
which is a
4,000.
third invoice. That one is from AEC and for $1,095.
Unless I'm missing something, I only have
I have that
Two
listed as
invoices.
D5.
again, sir.
D5.
Okay, I see it, yes. I looked at the asbestos testing, I didn't.
Yes, sir.
So those three combined are the $4,075, is that correct?
Yes, the $2,980 for the mold and $1,095 for the asbestos.
Got you, thank you, sir, appreciate that.
He said he's doing the drywall replacement, so.
Correct, yeah. And I thought I heard Jennifer say to you, there was an email from Sheriff Smith. Unless it was including this document, I didn't see it. So,
I'll tell you.
yeah, I mean,
It's the,
we had agreed, right, to
Yeah,
do this. This is just a wrap up of his request.
That's right.
And he had told us at that time he was gonna repair the drywall. I went over and looked at the whole evidence room.
And apparently that problem had existed for some time, but it was only brought to his attention recently.
I move we reimburse the sheriff's office $4,075, I think is the total with all three. For mold mitigation.
D1 is the email.
Pardon?
Item number D1 in your
Oh,
packet
okay.
is the email.
I thought you meant we got a new email this morning.
No, I had put the email in the packet.
Yeah, I did.
That's
I
my
did
motion.
read that.
He's doing the drywall.
Coming from what part of money?
And that's what I would
Buildings
ask,
and
is I'm
grounds.
not sure what reimburse the sheriff's office means. I could see us maybe doing a budget revision to where
Right.
it's for their building maintenance. We increase that by that amount, which we probably wouldn't handle today. We would write that up and then submit that. in
Yes,
a month or
what,
something.
that's the correct way to handle it, because that's what we're doing when I say reimburse, it's to reallocate the money. To appropriate what money in, money out.
So I'm not,
And I guess my question to that would be if we increase his maintenance repair budget by that amount, then it becomes a wash, right? What if he doesn't need any more buildings and maintenance? He's still out the $4,000.
Right, because he could have then moved that money around into something else if he didn't use it for building, repairs. That's what it's allowed.
yeah, so it would just be increasing the amount that he's allowed to spend out of that line for this year, for the remainder of this year. So, yeah, that it could go, I guess, one of a couple of ways, be nothing, that budget line just goes over, and that doesn't do anything either, other than they have to kind of make sure their department doesn't go over. To increase the amount there, and then that increase would just be kind of eaten by the general fund reserves, or three, then we have to figure out where it's gonna come from county general side to make sure that.
In any case, you have to do that for either.
Do you have access to know what the amount in his building repair budget is at this time?
Easily, unfortunately, I can get there, it'll just take a minute.
So
So with our system.
CIC is still down.
So I think part of the question here would be, and Jennifer posed an answer to this to the sheriff, but do we want to decrease our buildings and maintenance budget line and increase his? I don't. That's a question. I don't know.
Because that's what I would do. That's what we have it for.
Where else it would come from, and I don't know what our working balance is in that account either, so.
I think it was in the tune of 30,000 or something like that. Maybe not that much. yet. I don't- That's where the first point it would be, and then the next thing that would have to happen, if that doesn't have enough, we'd have to go into the general fund and take it from somewhere else. It's not being used. You can't do a drum roll while he's working the computer.
I could wait till he's right there and then just say, well, I don't really need to have that.
Doesn't really matter.
Did you get a second to Commissioner?
Not yet.
Will second the motion.
Could you restate your motion, please?
If we could avoid the word reimburse,
Okay.
So what do you want to use?
increase his budget line by 4,000.
Fair enough. I move we even increase the budget line in the sheriff's office maintenance line by $4,075
To come from
to come from
our
building.
maintenance.
From
line.
Braden. To come from
Come from
Braden.
Braden when he figures out.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to increase the budget line for the sheriff's office building and maintenance budget by $4,075. Further discussion.
One kind of answer is that their building fund, at least the original budget, is only $550 for maintenance, so it's needed. Trying to find what our original balance was. I won't be able to tell you what it is.
Right.
Okay, that's good. I think I'll let you quit looking right now. So we only budgeted $500 for that. So
Sheriff's budget was 500.
Holy Moses, Andy.
okay, so any further discussion here at the table? Anything from the room? Online? Oh,
A quick question. I thought about this morning on the way down here to the airport. What about our insurance? Something they would cover or no?
We didn't turn it in on the SAR building.
No, we should have if they.
Maybe we should.
Eligible to spend.
We can certainly check in.
Although you know how insurances work, our rate will go up twice.
but I would also maybe throw something else out there as far as the roof over the Human Services Department. Checking to see if that might not be covered. At least in part. I guess that's a sidebar.
Yeah,
for this discussion.
And to get on that sidebar, I'm not sure there's anything to prevent us from submitting this search and rescue. bill.
Why not? We could do that one now too, if we wanted to.
Something to look into.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Even getting to be a familiar figure with SCTSI.
Okay. Anything else on discussion on this? Motion on the
Thanks
floor?
for hanging around.
And we have nothing online, have nothing from the room. So those in favor of increasing the sheriff's building maintenance fund by $4,075 coming out of our buildings and maintenance line item in the general fund, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. Let him walk out and then we'll call him back in again.
I won't double back.
Yeah, that's right. If you go.
I can't hear
There's a dust cloud behind him.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming back.
No problem.
Okay. Next item up would be item number E, consideration of the Lions SUP modification. This item would be a modification to the existing SUP that Mr. Lyons holds to allow so it's recommended to remove current SUP allowance of oversized signage I guess these are the stipulations if this passes, and no blowing trash allowed on the property. So the modification, correct me if I am wrong, would be to allow the addition of a trash service taking up residence.
That is correct.
Do you have anything else you would like to speak to at this time?
I do. I'm bringing forth to you guys the recommendation from the planning commission. They're meeting on May 1st. Their recommendation is for approval of the Lions special use modification for to modify the long-standing permitted lumberyard to offer space for oak disposal to relocate. They would relocate on the Lions property, on a portion of their property at County Road 255, and it is number 228 here in West Cliff. The modification was voted as unanimous from the 5 members that were voting that day. They did have the following conditions. So there's conditions that go along with the lumberyard currently that would follow them, with the exception of the oversized sign that they were allowed. Ed has offered to remove that sign or to not put it up. I'm not sure if there's even one there any longer. And they have put the stipulation or the condition on there for them to have no blowing trash allowed on the property. That is something that Ed has agreed to. All 5 members, like I said, did vote unanimously to recommend approval.
Okay, any discussion here?
Can we invite Mr. Lyons up?
Yes, we can.
You want to come up, Ed? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'll jump up.
Good to see you.
See you, Ed.
Good seeing you.
On the map that you have there, I think you have in your packet, it does show what portion of his land. So it is the land that he currently has his excavating business operating off of. And he has built a 5-stall, 500,000 square foot 4,000 square foot shed there. They would occupy 2 of those bays. He has, they will be putting some of their containers around that portion of the shop building that he is, the shop, thank you, to kind of eliminate some of the view of the trash construction material.
By containers, you mean?
Would be the Connex containers that he's agreed to paint the same color as the new building that they have erected.
Stop here for a second
Sure.
for some clarification.
Yep.
You keep saying we, I'm not sure if you mean Ed or the trash company. Who's going to put the Conexes up?
It is.
We already have an existing SUP for 20 of them to be on our property, and we're gonna use those 20 that are allowed to be on our property to kind of encompass that.
Enclose that.
So basically make them a privacy fence.
Barrier.
Something ain't gonna blow away.
And I'm assuming those would be on the east side of your shop building, correct?
Yeah, no, down the west side behind that shop. The new shop that we built.
Yeah, the 5-bay
Yeah.
shop.
It'll be to the west. They'll be directly behind the shop is where those stores are. So the shop itself and those containers, there's already a office and a container there, and they'll continue that around it just to.
So the containers would be an upwind barrier, not a downwind catch.
Yeah, it'll be all the way around.
Oh,
You're gonna close it, sort of.
thanks, sir.
Yes.
Obviously, the rumor mill raised its ugly head in this whole thing, and certain parts of that came across my desk. I don't know about you gentlemen. I had a phone call that said, well, apparently this is a done deal. I said, "No, I don't think it's a done deal because we certainly have not voted on it. There might be something going on that I'm not aware of." I said, "Why do you ask that?" Well, obviously Ed's already built their building for them. So I did a little research and was told that you built that building for your shop and that now you're willing to give up a couple bays of that. You didn't build this for the trash company, correct?
I didn't know their lease was expiring. They asked me, well, the whole story is Greg talked to me probably a year ago and asked me if I would not lease to them for quite a while they were negotiating. Because we have a little bit of property there that we can kind of deal with what we want to do there. And so I told him, no, we didn't want to, we'd honor that and wouldn't do that. And so I told, they come to me and asked me, and I said, till your lease is up, I don't want to talk to you, which I didn't realize. They told me, well, 21 days and that lease is up, or 31 days or something like that. So, I run this through the county, and so we want to talk to Dorothy, and that's how that all proceeded. So I kind of forgot about it.
And then to follow up, I want to thank Christy for providing that email to us. I think it might have came through Dorothy, but anyway, that helped Christy shed some light because I also had been told various things that I believe now weren't true anyway, so.
And then I did misunderstand the previous meeting with the zoning board. I was under the understanding that I did have approval after that because we were just switching SUPs. I misunderstood completely that, and that was my fault. So it wasn't something I did like trying to cause problems or anything. I just misunderstood.
Bottom line is you have to modify the existing
Yeah.
SUP.
Yeah, I thought the zoning board was who modified that. I didn't realize that it needed that.
So I guess that would probably speak to the fact that the letter has already went out from Oak Disposal telling their customers that they have already moved.
No, they don't say anything about they have already moved. I got the letter on my phone.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it or have it read?
That was just what I was told is that they got a letter.
Don't say that.
Okay.
Said we will be moving. Don't say we have moved.
They're aware yet.
So, and that's how it was relayed to me, and I had not seen the letter.
Yeah, not rumor mills for the way that works. So,
Yeah, it does, and that's why we asked the question.
appreciate it.
And to clear that up, if I can just finish up that thought,
I'm
Christy,
sorry.
you shared with us the email that indicated that their lease was up for renewal, correct? It was up to them whether or not they wanted to exercise that.
Right, and I wasn't able to be at the planning commission meeting, and I had heard, and it could be rumor mill too, but I had heard that Ed had been told that we kicked them out
Right.
7 months ago, and that was not the case, and that's why I sent you that.
Yeah,
this
appreciate
is
that
true,
letter.
But, I mean, obviously, I'm a supporter, Greg is a supporter of property rights, and he has every right to move, but I just want our truth to be known.
And that's why I brought it up today, specifically about this whole rumor mill thing, because I think transparency and clarification, first of all, right? You did not evict them.
No, and also, I think something that's real important that maybe your planning commission needs to know is that lot 151 County Road 241, which is in the town of Westcliff, is zoned heavy industrial. So not even just a trash business, I mean, a gas station, a propane company, any business like this has every right by use to be there. And so for a general statement to be made that, oh, this trash business needs to get out of town, not really okay.
Not true.
Yeah, that was a
Not
bad
true,
deal.
not
And had this whole thing not involved a property in the county, we'd never have a conversation with it, right? If they want to move somewhere else to the town of Westcliff, wouldn't involve the commissioners whatsoever. It just happens that they're seeking to relocate in the county. Thank you.
Sir.
The statement I made was that their lease expired. I don't think I said they were kicked out or when I spoke in this, meeting, just to clarify,
Right.
I just said they lost the lease or expired or whatever. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I don't think you misled us. We certainly I had 3 or 4 phone calls about this and made a couple to get some clarification.
That might have been discussion in the planning commission that made some statements that they didn't understand either, that were taken out of context.
Sure, understood.
And so back to the map thing, which I think where you were interrupted you, so.
I was just pointing out where it was on his property. It's to the west of County Road 225, and it's, if you have it in color, it's the lot that's in blue. So
we do
we're gonna
not
talk
have
about
it
both
colored.
lots, and that's the
Right.
only reason why I
I
brought
just
it
want to
up.
make sure we know which lot.
Yeah.
We're talking about your property where your existing
Says
shop
line.
is now.
Correct.
Then there's a propane tank there.
Yes.
All right, I move that we accept the recommendation of the planning commission to how's it stated correct, redefine the SUP, what's it say? Modification, modify a special use permit per the recommendation of the planning commission.
And it is to allow P-Borough to,
No,
Oh,
it's just a
no.
modification.
I'm sorry. Oh, I knew if I
There
said
you
one,
go.
I'd get it wrong. The modification was specifically for Oak Disposal to relocate.
Correct.
Or any trash.
That's correct.
Well, is that true?
Is it, how is
The
the
SUP is
modification?
for the property, not the.
That's right, and it's for the
Right.
trash specifically, according to the stipulations, no trash. will be brought.
In the paperwork that we have in front of us, it says modification for longstanding permitted lumberyard to offer rental space for oak disposal. So it is specific to oak disposal in this application. Is that
Not
what you
for
have?
any trash company
Correct, yes.
for this.
Yeah.
That was my.
That works for me.
Okay.
Okay, so your motion is to approve, follow the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the modification of the special use permit for the lumberyard to offer rental space for oak disposal.
Correct.
Okay. I'll second that.
And I have a second. Further discussion on that? So, I would say thank you for being here and to you as well, Christie, because I had multiple phone calls as well as to what was not said. And I had questions about that. I actually did take a drive by. Of course, I picked a rainy day to drive by to make sure that they were not relocated already on your property, and drove by and saw that they had the sign on their existing property that they have leased, saying moving soon. Because this would probably be a whole different conversation if they had already moved. And so it's good to get that clarification on my part.
And you are in agreement with deleting any sign language, correct?
Well,
Language about a sign, sorry.
yeah, the lumberyard asked for a bigger sign than what's allowed in the county. And so we don't want a bigger sign than what's allowed in the county. So there's nothing gonna be oversized, it'll be everything within county standards.
Any other discussion here? Anything from the room? Anything from online? I'm not seeing any hands. So I do have a motion on the floor to approve the Lion special use permit modification for the lumberyard to offer rental space for oak disposal. And with the following conditions, the removal of the current SUP allowance for the oversized signage, and the second stipulation, that there will be no blowing trash allowed on the property.
You serviced by Black Hills or Saturday? Three phase would be in that building.
We won't have to do that. It goes the other way, it goes to town out of there, so.
Okay, seeing no hands, nothing from the room, anything else from the table?
I followed up with a few members of the planning commission. They certainly support this, spoke highly of your presentation, thought you were reasonable and I don't have any heartburn about this at all.
So those in favor of that motion to approve the special use permit modification, signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next item, excuse me, would be the consideration of the Lions SU, or maybe I should read the right line. Consideration of the Lions Affordable Housing SUP.
Sure I have North straight.
You rascal.
As opposed to workforce housing.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Dorothy,
So
you have the floor.
I'm bringing forth to you as well from the May 1st meeting, the recommendation from the Planning Commission for your approval. The SUP that Ed has put in for application for affordable housing site. There were quite a few stipulations or conditions put on this. The conditions are up to 22 HUD UBC units will be allowed. None of them can be any older than 25 years when originally placed on the property. They all need to be earth tone colors. They all need to be a pitch roof in nature and the modern appearance on the outside. Set and skirted to make the HUD and UBC, to match HUD and UBC. HUD and UBC units, as well as the property, will meet or exceed the Custer County and state regulations. The outside will be xeriscaped and have gravel, rock, or better maintain control of dust and other debris. Dumpsters will be provided on the premises for convenient waste removal. Water and electricity, propane and septic will be provided to the residents. All septic will be engineered to the current requirements. Propane will be trenched for each unit. Each unit will have its own propane tank. All lighting will be compliant with dark skies. The vote was unanimous from all 5 members that were there voting. Just to kind of clarify some things here up front, this is where the unit will be. So on that one, Ed has, let's see, a property over here where he's sitting, and then he purchased this property. Okay. So this property is, this portion of his property is just under 7 acres. This is where the housing units would be. County Road 251 does split Ed's property there, as well as County Road 245. This portion over here, the 7 acres, 6.9 acres over here is where the units will be. He does-
Directly west of 255. Is that 255 on the east side?
Or is it
No.
east?
It's east.
East of
Oh,
250.
did that
No.
say?
No,
West of 255.
Yeah, the 255 is
There's
just
two roads
east
that
of
are wrong.
255 is just east of there.
That's
They abut the right. of way.
255 is the one that runs up this way.
Yeah, if you're talking about the
Got
road.
it.
Yeah, this one's on further.
This is
But it
where
doesn't-
you put the little fence.
No, it's on further.
No, it doesn't abut 255, and I had to get
Okay.
clarification that triangular piece where the horses are and the blue horse trailers in the corner,
Mhm.
that is not Ed's, and this property is west of that yet.
It runs
Okay.
down along.
I own the little sliver between 228 and him, and then on the other side of the county was there. Then I bought the 40 acres behind us, and we're doing the same thing. So it's just directly down 228 more.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I did mean to interrupt.
Okay, you did.
You guys have any questions so far?
I do real quick. Ed, could you address the circle portion down there? It's the south end of the old lot, proposed lot.
This
What is
here?
that? Mhm.
That is showing a typical with the modular on it.
Okay, Okay,
It's just showing typically
Okay.
referred to.
Just
this
an
as one of
inset.
them.
and that leads to my question then, those parcels, 50 by hundreds or,
They're 40 by 200,
okay,
20 to 200.
so significantly longer.
Yeah, I'll have it all surveyed once if I'm approved, if I approve it. For survey.
And then just with your finger, could you point where the parking is? Would it be to the west of,
Well, they'll come in here, this will be the road.
Yeah.
And then there'll be parking here.
can you show these gentlemen as well? So they'll park out to the left of those.
Yeah, these will be the lots, and that's a typical with the unit. And so they'll come in, these will be the driveways, the accesses, they'll come in and park in front. Yeah.
So it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, that the plan is to purchase 2 2023 units to start the housing development out. He will offer individuals to bring their own unit in and will abide by the 25-year rule. He won't allow anybody in with an older unit than 25. It will not include any RVs for long-term stay.
That is a question I have. If we're starting with a 25-year-old unit to begin with. Go ahead.
She said we're starting with brand new units.
He's
Well,
gonna buy 2.
But the option is there.
Oh,
Right.
The option,
Could bring
the
it down.
option is there to set.
Yeah.
25-year-old trailers.
Yeah.
And so before they're even started to be used here, they would already be 25 years old. I question that number. Go ahead.
House I live in is 23 years old. You know, irrelevant. If the houses are nice, they're nice. If they're not, people won't live there. Is that a correct assumption?
I don't
To
think
some
so.
degree.
No.
I think in the economy, people are gonna live wherever they can afford to live. I had this conversation with 2 planning commission members this morning. I questioned that as well. I know there was a lot of conversation about the age of the allowable. I'm aware of that. I did watch some of that 3-hour and 10-minute planning commission meeting on May 1st. It's
It's
difficult, it's painful, it's hard to hear. But extrapolated that there was a considerable amount. I'm with Kevin. I originally thought, God, that's got some age on it. But I think what ages these kind of structures is moving them more than having one set in one place for, in your case, 20 some years. If they're much older than 25 years, I'm not sure they'd make the trip up the hardscrabble, number one, right? But yeah, I was concerned about that, and maybe it's not a legitimate concern, I guess, in my point.
Certainly. In our meeting, I brought a picture of a 1990 model and a 2023 model. I don't know if you noticed
I
that in the
did,
video. They couldn't tell the difference in them. So there's no difference in appearance. There's no difference in the inside. Then, where's the relevance in that argument? Is my point. But
Yeah, I think probably some of that stems unrightfully, right? I mean, I would imagine we all went to college and lived in a ratty ass old mobile home that could barely function, but it was a place to live, a place to get our bill from the college. And so I think there's some ingrained angst probably about old mobile homes showing up all of a sudden. I don't think that's the case. I would agree. If you go back and take 50 pictures of 50 different models that were 25 years old, I don't think it's gonna be that old dilapidated single wide mobile home, aluminum clad, falling down, storm doors falling off of it.
and that's not what we're proposing to do. They're gonna all pitched roofs, and I'd like to make it nice. And I'm starting off with 2 new ones to see how that model works. That was my reasoning for doing that, is to see how that works, see if it's affordable to do that. If it's affordable, they pay their rent, and I'm not asking you guys for money to help me pave my parking lot. I'm just, I'm asking for permission to do this is all I'm asking for.
Well, we are are pretty generous with pay.
I noticed.
Apparently.
I noticed that. I was wondering. Maybe they want to live in a 25-year-old trailer. but
We should have
they
probably
party
started
lot.
with that.
It was very muddy yesterday. We don't want to say it.
You buy a couple ambulances and start transporting that, that could be a conversation.
I got dump trucks.
But I think I still have a little angst about that. We would probably have to agree to disagree on that. I would a lot rather see a smaller number, you know, I would go to 10 personally.
And I let on
Maybe-
15.
Maybe
but
because of prior
experience.
experience. I have lived, you know, in mobile homes before. I still call them trailers. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that one out. I know some people take offense when you
So does it.
call it a trailer. So, you know,
Be British.
there-
and call
there's a
them caravan.
difference. There's a difference in the quality of the build between a trailer and say a modular. You know, you've got a better construction with a modular than you do with a trailer, and they tend to not stay in as good a shape over the years. And that's my opinion. If you would like to respond to that, you steer your hand up, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious as, like, what is the difference, the quality difference in a trailer and a modular? I mean,
Well, as a matter of fact, I have some information.
beautiful, that's what I was looking for.
And I think I gave
We'll share my
two
copy.
gentlemen a copy of that. So if we're talking a trailer, the walls are, they call it VOG, which is vinyl on gypsum, with a laminate-like coating. It's not a drywall finish like you get with a modular. It has vinyl, they come, even the new ones are still coming with vinyl covered press board cabinets. They come with paper wrapped batten trim and baseboards. They come with plastic shower surrounds, which you can buy that and put in your own house, I realize that. But with the vinyl flooring, the flat panel hollow core doors, and the minimal grade faucets and doorknobs as fixtures in these. The modular homes are built, and I suppose these would also fall under UBC code. The modular homes are built to the UBC code, updated in 2000 to the IBC. They're delivered on site off, and so they're crane set. They're designed to be on a permanent foundation with either a basement or a crawl space. They're able to qualify for a mortgage where you can't with a mobile home. And if they're done right, a lot of times you can't tell the difference between them and an actual stick-built home. And the inside walls are drywall. They're not the thin panel with the little strips that cover the seams on those.
The difference between what you're saying is it's a HUD and a UBC home. That's not with a modular and a single wide. On your definition you just read. You read the definition of a UBC home, not a modular, because a modular can be either one.
I may need to be corrected on that.
Yeah.
They also, you know,
Because I can buy the same two houses, whether it be HUD or UBC. You couldn't tell the difference. The only difference is the frame stays under one and the other one, the frame comes out. That's the only difference in the new models. The newer models, I guess.
Would hold true for new models. It would not
Yeah.
hold true for 25-year-old.
Yeah,
models.
it would.
Yeah.
It would.
You had a question in the back too, sir.
sir.
Oh, Brad Harrison. Just a question, all the materials you listed, in the county, can I build a home out of those same materials?
Yes,
Sure.
Thank you.
you can.
building codes.
We have no code.
No building.
Build it out of straw if you want.
Exactly.
Careful when you call the plumber in though, because he might burn it down.
So I have a question for Ed, if I may. and
Go ahead.
It gets to the point of what we were talking about. I didn't understand all the conversation. I kind of got a feeling for the amount of the conversation that went on the edge of these. Would you be willing to change that number from 25 to something newer? Or did that number happen accidentally, or was that on purpose?
We agreed to that number at the last meeting. That was where we settled that.
Which meeting you're talking about?
The zoning meeting.
The planning commission.
That's where they settled that with that number.
If we're not comfortable with that number, would you be willing to change it? It's my question. Or is it going to be counterproductive to what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping to have some freedom, and then we tried to make them nice and try to obtain a goal that seems unattainable right now, is why I wanted a little bit of freedom with it. And I gotta go in and pull a permit for every one of them, so if I go pull a permit and I'm not doing it right, all you guys do is say, don't issue him another permit. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be, if we don't hammer this out today, it wouldn't have anything to do with the age of the structure. So
I'm not understanding that, because ages on anything, cars and all that, it depends on how it's taken care of. The starting point, like you're referring to, is having the plastic molding or whatever on the trim or whatever. That's, like he said, is irrelevant, because I can buy that and put it in my house today if I want. We're looking at workforce housing, which we're trying to make affordable.
Right.
And the way to do that is cut costs on what we're buying, because we have rules in the county that says what year is the trailer we're allowed to bring into this county, 1979. So what I had 76. So if you do want to change that rule, I would ask that you change it for everybody and not just me.
Right.
If you're saying, well, I would like you to bring in 10-year-old trailers, let's just make it a countywide rule. And then I would abide to that.
Yeah.
If you guys will make a rule for the county.
But this is a special SUP for
Yeah,
that.
it is.
So
Separates it from
that changes the conversation.
Yeah. And that was brought up in the meeting too, and they said, well, the difference is if you put 20, 25-year-old trailers in a line versus one on 5 acres. And I didn't say it, but the only difference between that is the line of trailers. The people still living there are still happy. They're happy to have a place to live up here, enjoy the views. I mean, there's several people up here that live in trailers, and they're, that is the problem, is all the houses up here now are $400,000 homes. So this is an alternative. Talk about building a new house for $200,000, they're building shotgun shacks for $200,000, which is basically a garage. They sold them all over Silver Cliff. So it's okay for people to live in a garage, but it's not okay for a person to live in a trailer. Is what you're saying,
Points well taken. It's conversation.
Yeah, I know. I'm not very good at this. So I try.
I think one
And
thing.
what you do is, and I'll get to you in just a second, and then I know you got your hand up there. Where the conversation changes is, yes, we don't have the building codes in the county. If you have an allowable lot size, and you want to come in and do that, the only stipulation is the 1976 or newer. That being said, that is an individual. We don't control that to the degree we control something of this nature, where you're putting 25 people together. And
In a special use permit.
in a special use permit. And I'll go ahead and bring up, I have one other question that I kind of questioned, would be the zoning type of your property there. Basically, you're industrial. So that's another question I have on this particular project, because we've got the lumber yard. We now have the trash service. We've got.
This is on a different parcel.
Yeah, but they're all right there together. Yeah. And then now we've got 25 homes.
What is the actual number?
There's 22.
20.
22.
22.
Is what
my mistake on that. So,
And the reason why I was starting with two is because
mhm.
if this model don't work, they won't rent out, right? That's the way economy works. If my idea is bad and it won't work, then they won't be rented out. And then I'll fail and I will not proceed on with more. I'm not saying I'm gonna put in 22 right now.
Right.
I'm saying I'm gonna put in two, see if it works. If it works, then it helps the community, we'll keep going. If you guys don't want this here, it's no problem.
Yeah, and I'm just, I mean, this is a,
Yeah.
I think, a
We're
valid
just
conversation
For sure.
and so I'm not trying to be,
Yeah.
I don't know, combative or anything, but I think they're
Yeah.
valid questions.
They are.
So,
Question, sir. And to address your point, we have to look at this differently than the 5 acre, or 15 or 42 acre, or whatever it is, because that's not relevant to this conversation. This conversation is about a special use permit. So that changes the game. We can't make direct comparisons to how other people could do. We're going to be on the hook for this SUP, right? There's no question around that. That being said, I do have another question. The best I could glean from the documents that we received, that your plan is to have a septic system per 4 lots. Is that correct?
An engineer will design that.
Okay.
That'll be up to them.
But the point is, it's not one septic system per lot. It's going to be more than that. Okay. That was a little hard to decipher. I talked with
Sure.
Dorothy about that a little.
Yeah, it'll be all designed by the state engineer.
Right.
State licensed engineer.
And the early plans is for cisterns for water.
No, we're gonna drill a well, and we will have a cistern that the well feeds, and then we will bring water if necessary, if it's not.
Or if you don't get the well soon enough, the well permit.
Yeah, the well permit I can get today, it'd probably take 90 days to get it drilled, maybe.
Commercial well.
Yeah.
It'd have to be commercial for this application.
Yeah, I've talked with them and they said as long as it wasn't for agricultural, which kind of blew my mind, so.
Hard to believe.
90 days, I
You
need
would
the
think-
name of your driller.
Yeah.
His name's Larry Finney.
Penny,
Yeah.
okay.
Had a lot of people ask me, can't
Well-
find a driller.
Well, you have to do a favor for me, so we do a lot
So-
of work together.
That always is helpful.
It is, so.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments too. And the age of one of them, like that, but where do you draw the line? 25, 20, 15, he had 15, he had 10. I really think it boils down to you're gonna own and you don't want to buy a pig in a poke. You're not gonna have something fall apart 2 years later. So I think that's kind of irrelevant.
Well, if I may, though, but he's not gonna own, I hate to interrupt,
No,
but your
but-
statement wasn't
no.
correct.
Yeah, I know you're getting them in, but you're gonna allow a standard that, from what I understood you say. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, yeah, you're not gonna own all these.
I will own all of them.
He's
Unless
gonna own
somebody-
all of them.
Unless somebody,
Unless, see,
there might be, you know,
somebody brings one in,
Yeah.
correct?
and if it's not up to standards, we won't allow it. If
Right,
it's not
so
compatible.
So your goal, that's why I wanted to clarify. The goal is you're gonna start off with 2.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna buy others as it looks like it's gonna be. And your goal is to make a workforce affordable, something to live in. So that's where I'm starting. Later on, you know, you can change anything. Somebody will sell it, maybe you will sell the whole thing and they'll turn it into a sawmill or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. The point is that whether it's 25 years or 10, it needs to be attractive enough to get a person to rent. And it has to last. And also looks to me, the earth tone thing, you know, so if the existing trailer somebody hasn't gonna drag in there. I don't think painting a trailer is in the picture. So I don't know, that sort of helps contain, maybe that's the insight of the planning commission, but the other one is a pitched roof and modern terms. That kind of that changes it also, because those models, I don't know, 25-year-old trailer, are they all pitched roofs, all of them?
Not all of them.
Sure. But you're gonna make that a stipulation, so that would help modify it. So I was worried about the 25 years being too old or 22 being too old. But you know, I don't know, we have any more insight that 10 will last better and then one anyway.
The new ones are made out of the same materials.
So I appreciate planning commission's caring enough to try to wrestle with that. And I'm happy if it needs to be newer, that's fine too. But I can't imagine you taking the risk at all. If it's not. The septic and all that, I think is great. All these stipulations, I think, are right on the money. And we can discuss more on this 25-year thing, but I don't want to be a dead horse on it either.
Yeah,
So
no, I mean,
if you're
so
willing,
you're 10, you're 15, can you be 20 and all agree?
I'm happy.
I mean,
I think I get comfortable with it.
Well,
I think 20 is certainly
20.
doable. I could live with 25 based on your
Yeah.
position. I don't want to call it an argument, but your statements about it.
That's true.
I don't want to die on this sword by any means, but I think we're all concerned about how fast 10 years ago, and now we got 35-year-old models sitting there when we could have had something different.
and I mean, if the workforce housing is there to provide, like, I had somebody mention, they asked me, if I was gonna put new ones in there, be willing to rent like deputies where they're staying up here on duty, and stuff like that. I said, well, of course I'd be willing to do that, And if the, the workforce housing, there's enough money in there to provide, putting double wides, triple wides, I'll put whatever, we
See,
can afford. to
that
put in
gets
there.
back to my point initially. What's it cost? The difference between a 20-year-old and a 10-year-old trailer, if it's gonna cost enough, you're gonna raise the rent where it can't be
Yeah.
made. That's the issue. And was that discussed in the planning commission? Maybe it should have been. Because rather than picking an arbitrary number, because it's important for it to be affordable workforce housing.
That's, I was putting forth the money to buy the 2 new ones to try that model and see if it worked. And that's why I was,
And you would make the rent appropriate to handle the cost of
Yeah,
that. So
yeah.
that should be okay for
yeah, it should work for,
all.
on paper, it's
Yes,
easy to
you
make
think
things
you can
work.
attract them.
It's a real life that kills you, all the infrastructure that I gotta put in over there to make all this work, and it's, a lot of money and
Yeah,
You'll retain ownership of the lots. correct?
everything,
No plans to sell the
none
property.
whatsoever. And then if it ain't working, we'll just get rid of all the trailer, we'll get them out of the county, do whatever we need to do, That's,
least they got
that's the
wheels.
nice thing about that is,
7
you
miles.
build an apartment building in town and it's always gonna be there. Gets run down, gets ratty, gets whatever, it's still an old apartment
At
building.
least you can roll these out.
I can haul them all.
so I have a hand on mine, but we don't have a motion on the floor yet, so. It is a planning commission member.
Just gonna move.
I'll move to follow the recommendations of the planning commission and approve the special use permit for, let's see if we get the language exactly right, for affordable housing in zone 4.
I'll second.
So I do have a motion on the floor to approve the recommendations from the planning commission.
To approve the special use permit.
For the affordable housing site.
Zone 4.
Zone 4.
Okay. That does open us up for discussion. More to hear at the table.
Let's hear the other.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the floor, and part of that will be online. Carol, you have your hand raised.
I do. Thank you, Kevin. This is Carol Weinger. I think there's been a lot of misconstrued ideas that you have heard today. A modular home and a manufactured home are not the same quality. They are different. They are very different. Earlier there was a thing about we're going to put a modular home in there. Well, that means you're going to put it on a permanent foundation and you're going to set it with a crane. I don't think that's what we're talking about. So I think that you guys are getting your terminology mixed up, and your conception of what you're approving is therefore then mixed up. A manufactured HUD home is cheaper typically than a modular home. Why is it cheaper? Because of the construction quality. The interior of those homes, and believe me, I've praised and assessed hundreds of them. The interior quality is what degrades over time. Will the outside of a 5-year-old home and a 10-year-old home and a 15-year-old home look the same? Yeah, sure, it's a single wide with one window in the end. That's not where your quality issues are. It's the inside of that house. You're not going to find a modular home that's crane set that has vinyl coated walls and hollow core doors. And unless you upgrade that manufactured HUD home significantly, it's never going to have drywall. It's never going to have wood cabinets. It's cheaper for a reason. They're not the same. So, I mean, you can put in 2 new ones. Will they rent? Probably. They're going to be nice. Okay, now start dragging in the old ones. And how much have you changed that community? You've got it across the street from a waste management facility, and you're starting to put in old trailers. So I voted yes on this. I should not have. I'm the only person on the planning commission that's on the Attainable Housing Board. I felt like, how can I vote no on it? I'm gung-ho about attainable housing. But we got to be careful about what our county looks like, what kind of vision we have, and what kind of housing we're providing. And I argued that 25 years old is way too old. I didn't win. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Carol. In the back. Yeah.
Response to that, if it's gonna be affordable, it's got to be, you can't build, modular, it's gonna cost $300,000 and expect it to be affordable. That's not how it's gonna work.
And that's the reality that probably none of us want to really stand up and admit to, right? If we weren't talking about workforce housing, we wouldn't be talking about this. That's where we're at. You're exactly right, Chad. Thank you.
Can I have another hand?
Several.
That was kind of been my thing. I mean, Ed's taking a risk by even wanting to do this. I mean, the fact you're talking about like kind of cluster development using one well and one septic, multiple homes, and that's a great idea. But you got to think about what not only he can afford as the investor, but also he goes and puts in a really nice modular home. He can't rent it to cover his costs.
Right.
It's got it. It all kind of has to be factored in.
I had another hand over here.
No violins. She said that all the outsides are gonna look the same, so that's what everybody's gonna see. Yeah, everybody's worried about the visual. Everybody's gonna see the inside, I should say.
Yeah, the inside really becomes more of a management issue, right?
Yeah.
Which we talked about. If the insides are trashed, you're not gonna be able to rent it.
At some point, then you pull it out and you put another one in there, but it will rent if it's gonna be viable.
Yeah.
That has to happen.
A lot of it, they're talking about my economics, whether, I know the right thing to do or not. It's my economics. I'm spending the money. If the trailer don't rent, then I'm out the money. This sits there empty and I'm wrong.
Right.
We'll reach.
That's not on us. That's on you.
Yeah, that's my money. And I'm not asking the government, I'm not asking her agency to help me with this.
Right.
Which everybody else goes to those agencies and say, oh, we want to build this. And will the government give me money to do this?
Right.
But then I gotta rent to anybody that comes to me if I do that, and I'm not agreed to that. This is right next to where my son lives. It's next door to my son's house. So I kind of want to pick the neighbors, to be honest with you. I have the right.
Did you still have a question? Okay.
I just want to make a comment. Brad Anderson. We talk about affordable, we have to make things affordable, bring in school teachers, police. I mean, and you have somebody from the community who's willing to step up and invest his money. I'm sure there's people outside the community who would invest money here, but you're not going to get the same product or the same, care and ownership that he's going to be putting into it, being a local and a neighbor. So I think it's important for the community to develop, to have somewhere to reside. I have affordable housing. I'll never recover the money that I invested in charging that I charge. I won't live that long. guarantee that. So I think I'm glad somebody's stepping up and doing something positive.
Point well taken. I would speak just a little bit interior versus exterior, whatever. And I attend a lot of the attainable housing meetings. And part of what they're drawing up at the present time is exactly what they're trying to accomplish. And one of the key phrases in that mission statement is it's attainable or affordable, high quality housing. I mean, you can say affordable and you have to make it cheap, but there's got to be a line in there somewhere as well. And I think that is one place where Carol has spoke to. I can't presume to talk for her, but it's sitting in on those meetings is you've got to try to make it attainable and affordable for these people. But at the same time, you also have to make it a decent place to live. And that's where some of my concerns lie there as well. I do have another question for you, and then I'll let you respond because I'm asking you the question, sir. You said if this doesn't work, and then you've got a bunch of houses sitting there, you said you get rid of those houses, or if they end up going over their useful life, you've got to do something with them. What are the plans for that? Because say you've got 15 units sitting out there and then now it's no longer feasible to do, you shut this down. Now you've got 15 units to dispose of. You know, if you're dismantling them, you've got the asbestos issues and all that now. So I want to kind of ask that question, what the plans are for that.
There's no asbestos in any of them anymore.
After what year?
As of, like, since like the 79, there's no asbestos.
Okay, that's good information to have because,
you know, a match does wonders.
Yeah, then the whole pile is
I'm just
contaminated.
kidding. I'm just teasing.
I know that because I made that same comment and I was, I got a quick response on that one, you know.
Yeah.
So, but that is, that's.
I mean, we can offer training to our fire department if necessary at that point.
Yeah, and.
I mean, if you think outside the box, there's all kinds of things we can do. We can donate them. I mean, there's tons of things we could do with those, right?
Yeah, but that's, you know, because then if it's there and then you just shut it down and then you've got them there, then they're deteriorating because they're not being lived in. Because everybody knows it doesn't matter what it is. If no one's living there, it deteriorates. And so that's,
yeah.
If in the future, and I know that's not the plan, but if in the future, then this place gets shut down, what is the plan for that? And I think that might be something that needs addressed as well.
Yeah.
Because we don't want you to have to shut it down and then have everything sitting there just going to waste, because then that also deteriorates the property there.
So you're gonna ask the unattainable or the attainable housing, the same question you're asking me, right? What are they gonna do with them when there's no more usefulness for them?
So
that'd be the same question, right?
If it is something along these lines, if it's a home, hopefully once it's built, they're gonna be going. If you get an SUP for this, again,
A
we're
lot of
talking
people refer
apples.
to these as homes.
Okay,
just so you know.
we're talking apples and oranges.
Yeah.
Okay, if you have 15 units sitting on a property and you shut it down and then you just leave them sit there, now those start becoming a definite eyesore.
Exactly.
And that is a question that we can ask you.
Yeah.
If an individual or where they're trying to work in Silver Cliff to do some of this housing and stuff now, that's a question for Silver Cliff to ask. And so that is my question to you. And again, it's not necessarily the same questions asked from one individual to another because the situation is different here.
Sure.
Cody Lyons. But there's open lots down in Copper Gulch that I think people buy and they would be way into hauling a 1998 or whatever year trailer we put in there. We could haul them down for them. I mean, we got the means to haul them for them, and it could really help some families get into homes. And if this does go downhill, it'd be affordable housing for people to go down to Copper Gulch or out here.
So, and I know that's not the plan, but that's something I think that needs to be looked at up front, because that, I mean, you said it your own self, that is a possibility that can happen. If it doesn't work out for you and what you have on paper doesn't pan out. So.
What are you proposing?
Yeah, that's
Because he,
I was asking what, if that has even been thought of, is there something in the works in case that happens?
Would that be viable training for our fire department to put out a house if I lit it on fire?
I can't speak for the fire department.
I was on a fire department. We used to go burn ranch, old farmhouses down for training. So I mean, there's a million different ways of dealing with this. I'd like to think positive and think this is gonna work, because I don't see the workforce housing ending in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. The property don't go back down. We're talking about taxes, same thing, they don't go back down. They're gonna go up and they're gonna stay up. And then that's less and less people can afford to live here. Like most of my kids went to Pueblo and live and reside down there because they can afford to buy a house and they can afford. There's no option for them up here because there's no jobs up here to pay enough for them to afford a nice house up here. You got a job, you can work at the restaurant and, and then the government is subsidizing people to the point of no extent where it's, they don't have to work. At all. It's just a weird place we're in. I thought this was a good option for the community. I don't know, I could be wrong, but that's what I was throwing out there was that.
I would say it if we took the politics out of it, I don't think there's any person that believes that we have a need for workforce housing would argue with your approach. If this SUP had nothing to do with it, obviously we wouldn't be sitting here, right? The law of economics would dictate how successful or how much of a failure your plan's going to be, and it may do that anyway. But we have to throw this layer now of this political process of dealing with an SUP. I have run my mouth about we need more workforce housing. So I'm not going to sit here and say, can't support you. That's why I made the motion. Do I have concern? Yeah, probably. Are they major? No. I think we have bigger, more concerning issues to deal with at the county rather than, whether your project's going to fail or not. That's really none of our business, right? We can't put that on you. Well, if it's going to fail, then what? That's up to the law of economics and to yourself as a businessman, right? So I just know, based on history, once we drop the gavel on an affirmative vote here, we're married to this SUP probably for the rest of our lives, right? That's been the history in this county. Once you have an SPUP, you've got it, unless you're just a total idiot, and I know you're not. So I do think it merits pretty serious consideration and trying to look at stuff from our point of view and try to respect stuff from you and your family's point of view. Obviously, the money you're going to invest in this. So I would call for the vote, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, without going through the whole previous question.
All right. You'll have to refresh me now.
To approve the special use permit for affordable housing in zone 4 by Ed Lyons.
Okay, that is the question on the floor. And the vote has been called. So those in favor of the motion to approve the special use permit for the affordable housing zone 4 signify by saying aye.
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 Nay. That motion carries. Congratulations. And I sincerely do hope it works and it works well. And I just still have some concerns and but thank you. And I do appreciate what you're doing. Okay.
There more of lions on the.
Oh, there's still more. I think
You guys
we got
all
more
have
of
to
this.
We're
We got
just,
two more.
we're
Be
just
here till
getting warmed
tomorrow.
up. Just
So-
getting warmed up.
The next item will be item G, the consideration of the Lions Commercial Site SUP.
And the planning commission on their 5-1, we had a long meeting, is sending forth their recommendation for approval, or their, am I saying that right? Recommendation for approval of a special use permit offering storage units and commercial sites in zone 4. It's on County Road 251. It has not been assigned a lot number yet since Ed purchased that from someone recently. So the vote was unanimous with the following conditions. There were acceptable businesses, and you can see them all there. If you want me to read through them, I can.
We have it.
And then there were some that were unacceptable. The vote, like I said, was unanimous from the 5 members that were present to vote. I think the commercial site, from talking to Ed, is really gonna
Could
help
you
him. Yep,
Show me that.
it's
on the-
really going to help him offset some of the cost, the initial cost that he is putting out for the affordable housing. This portion over here, the west side of his property, or the west side of County Road 251, is what's going to be considered the commercial park. And it's an initial drawing. Things may change as the different businesses shows need and come in. But his ultimate view is to have the different options for different structures to house the types of businesses that they have approved.
Show me right where that new building's at.
It's on the other property.
It's on the other
This is
property.
our piece. I think, is this our maps?
No, that has to do with another issue coming up here in a minute.
I have it.
Okay. So this actually sits north
Yeah,
of,
it'd be west of the Montville Trailer Park.
okay,
West of that on the hillside.
okay.
It's right here. So it's on, this is the property we're talking about right now.
Okay.
This is the property that will have, that has the new building on it.
Okay, so.
And will
so it's
house
north.
a
It's
disposal.
north of what we've been discussing.
Correct. So here's the housing unit. Here's the commercial lot right across the street. This is his current lot that will have oak disposal on it.
Okay. Thank you.
And is it okay to speak?
Yes.
I was just gonna, like, on the master plan for Custer County, that was supposed to be the industrial and commercial corridor down through there on your master plan, so. Link Lippincott told me that 25 years ago, so that's the only reason.
When you say down through there, you mean down along adjacent
228.
to 255?
Yeah, that kind of goes back there. He told me that was in the master plans to be future commercial expansion on West Cliff and so.
Wouldn't argue that point. But we're not expanding West Cliff and Silver. Therein lies the,
Yeah.
therein lies the issue, so.
Okay, I got a quick question. What's the waiver entail? What's that mean? Waivers to subdivision regulations. So,
Well, that's the next
That's the
one.
next item.
And I'll-
We're
and I'll
we're
get-
not there yet.
well, it looked like it read the same. I'm sorry.
That's our fourth one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on G.
Okay,
Multiple
I'm glad
storage
I
units and
straightened out this
commercial
waiver.
sites.
Okay, so I'll go back to this one here. It was a unanimous vote, and so I'm gonna make this official. I move that we accept the special use permit to offer multiple storage units and commercial sites in zone 4.
Second. So that would move us to discussion. Any discussion here at the table? Or from,
I'd like to hear
You wanna
some.
walk in
Yeah. Still expectorating blood clots. Apologies. I do, but I certainly will defer.
So if you have anything you would like to bring up this time, please do.
I do. I have been having some angst about this. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm saying I had some concerns, which is why I hope we have an opportunity to have a discussion about this. And it really ties into what you said about that intended to be a commercial industrial zone down there. We are getting ready to wander off into some territory that in my 5.5 years, we've been asked to do it to some degree, but with absolutely no positive response from this board about allowing commercial enterprises in the county. The proposed RV park went down in a big pile of flames. We denied the SUP for the grocery store at Westcliff Meats. This is what I questioned the members of the planning commission that I talked to was, are we changing direction of how we are going to move forward in this county in dealing with businesses in the unincorporated part of the county? It looks like the planning commission believes that's the direction they want to go. I question that to some degree. I think there's some offsetting circumstances maybe that softens that blow for me. I have been told and have listened to it's out of sight, you can't see it. I said that is absolutely not true. Don't sell me that line of crap, because if I lived on 255, guess what I'd be looking at every day. So that argument doesn't hold water. I can't see it. I live on the west side of the valley. And
That
so-
wasn't my argument.
No, I'm not saying.
I just
you.
want to clarify.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm not, no, Ed and I have not had any discussion about this, have we? These are other people that have called or that I have called. And so I think we have to be cognizant of probably, and I hate this term and I hated it in my former career, of setting a precedence now that we're probably going to open the floodgates to have a hard time to tell other people no when we look at this commercial thing. I'm concerned about the acceptable businesses, and then I don't care about the unacceptable businesses. You know, that's, they pretty well speak for themselves. Although, let me pull up the language if I may, there's a big difference between an adult book and novelty shop versus a gas station. I get that. But those are all have been somewhere along the decided that they were unacceptable. That is quite a list of businesses that could enter into this business park. It's not for me to say whether they make it or not make it, right? Same thing back to our other conversation, the law of economics will handle that. But it is up for me to have an opinion about where we go philosophically for this county. Again, I truly haven't made up my mind how I'm going to vote, because I was waiting for this conversation to occur today. I don't know, gentlemen, I guess I'm really speaking to you two more than maybe to Ed, because I do think that this is going to set the tone for this county moving forward based on how we've tried to control this in the past, at least while I've been a county commissioner. And I'm trying to take you won't be able to see it out of the equation, because that's not an accurate or fair statement to the people that live in the northeast part of this county. So
I guess
I don't know.
part of this goes back to our previous conversation. One of my comments there was you're kind of in an industrial zone there. We don't have an industrial zone per se. But you've been allowed to have a sawmill. We've got a gravel pit right there close to you.
That's
two gravel pits.
One in city limits. That one's in Fremont County.
T-Zax next to
So to that point, I guess, where it is located, to me, now, it made me question the housing, because you have basically two conflicting types of zoning there. I know I'm butchering what I'm saying because of that, but you have the industrial and then you have the housing. And that was my comment a while ago. To me, something like this would be something that fits in with what we have already allowed there with the, granted, it's a future step and there are a lot of things that are allowed here. But with, to me, this fits in more than what the housing did. And that is my answer to your question.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement, so.
Did you have?
Okay, I'll put my 2 cents in, thanks. I have to agree with you too, Kevin. Tom, you and this board has already set the precedent. We, with our strategic plan that we all worked in with the people of this county, we supported light industry and commercial areas that were appropriate. And that's what we've done. We've in all our meetings that grant businesses in the valley, it was always with thought of ag business first, and we were very careful in how we did it. We didn't allow that trailer park because it was on ag ground more than this is, and this fits the area next to Silvercliff, right on Silvercliff boundaries. It's not the ag business, the ag cultural value of that ground, zero. Me, you can't even throw 3 cows on it, haven't lived. So I think I'm not so worried, and I agree with Kevin. This is appropriate for this, I believe. I have a little angst when we specify the kind of businesses. Yeah, I think we can specify the kinds you don't want.
Yeah.
I think you should leave the door open. I mean, our goal is to have people work up here and provide jobs besides just the county jobs that are available to be working for the county. So I don't know how come they came up with these or how and why, but I'm glad they're there. Gas station, I don't know. Why not? I don't know how that got down in the unacceptable one unless they're worried about it blowing up and getting the trailers.
Too far off the main drag.
I don't know. But if this, and the planning commission seemed to be pretty adamant about it, I think they want to attract business too. And it's a hard line to walk as a commissioner in an ag right to ranch county is the primary thing, and I'm proud of it. And we have done a lot to maintain that. We're lucky we have the zoning laws we have and the water as well. So that's my 2 cents. I support this.
Anything else from you, sir?
Speaking of water, now these businesses, they're gonna be on their own for water and septic.
No,
Are you gonna provide that?
That'll be our next meeting,
Phase.
but there will be a well on that property, a well on their property, and they'll all be combined and it'll be commercial wells.
You mentioned
Everything
that
will
when
be
you came to
legitimate.
us in the first place. The other day, you
Yeah.
mentioned that.
Yeah, it'll all be a well with, cisterns and our own water system, basically. I looked at taking it to Round Mountain and seeing if they would provide us water. And they said they don't have enough pressure on that end of the town to provide us water out there. I was willing to dig, water mains out there if they would approve that.
How many potential business sites?
I'm hoping not that many. We did that just kind of, they asked us to show something, so.
Because, we're talking water, but we're also talking septic for each one of these businesses as well. So that's why my question.
How big are those ones?
This is, what is it, 32 maybe? I don't remember right off the top of my head, but I believe this is 32 acres. 32, 38. Yeah.
Type of business.
Yeah, it depends on the businesses and what it is and.
Some may not need.
The septic system for a commercial business is very small, actually. It's way under what a residential is.
It's not a bit, nobody's living there full time.
The entire parcel is 41 acres.
Yeah, so minus 7.
Yeah.
And that's the proposed septic system for that
It was just an area we left.
It's got availability for drinks.
Yeah, we were, all that stuff will be run through an engineer and we'll find the best spot for it, away from the wells, away from everything. And there's state standards that we will follow on everything we do.
Anything else?
Not for me.
Anything from the room?
One thing I was trying to accomplish with this is there's a lot of businesses that are allowed on your private property now, like my business, my house, where my son lives now, is my excavating business is there. We can basically have all the tractors we want and do whatever we want there, except for run a cash register out of that property. I have a little small commercial piece on the bottom. And so this would give people a place to go with that rather than do that. Like if, say I lived in Domingo, where they don't allow that, but I wanted to have a excavating business. And they said, well, you can't do that, or you can't. I guess you can have an excavating business in Domingo. You can't have a sewing shop and
Can't operate out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to your point, Ed, you said that you have your own property. Weren't you granted an SUP to have that excavating business?
Not necessary.
Wow.
See, that's kind of one of the points I'm making is when we start enforcing that in this county, then this property would be very valuable because, I have a neighbor where I live right now that they have 3 businesses. I don't mind it. I'm not complaining at all. I'm just stating that, there's a lot of business as well. I mean, a rental business, an excavating business. There's multiple businesses that are run out of your home that isn't required to have commercial property up here.
Right, to fall under the home.
I can be an
occupation.
electrician, I can be a plumber, I can do all that, have my trucks outside, I can do whatever I want. I was thinking this would help clean that up a little bit for people that didn't want that, or subdivisions that finally decide, okay, we don't want that
I
at
don't
all.
want to see your tractor parks.
And we are receiving more and more complaints about trucks being parked in yards and subdivisions.
Sawmills, SUPs I would think this would help clean up the SUPs scattered all across the county and maybe clean them up and say, well, there is commercial, because there is no options. That's why you have to allow SUPs, is because we have no options up here. But if there was options, you could say, well, you do have other options, If there isn't other options, because when we moved here, there was no options. We had to find the right piece and do what we need to do. And that's why I worked with Wink Lippincott to find where we are at.
And you're talking about retained ownership again
Yeah,
here.
retained ownership on all of it. We'll build buildings to suit if you want a building there, we'll build you whatever you need and we'll sign a 5-year lease and we'll go down. Or whatever, depending on what size. We've had interest in dog kennels and we had like a towing business that was interested, but they've already found something in Silver Cliff. So now we'll have a storage yard in Silver Cliff.
Different spot.
Yeah, different spot. So.
Yeah, and I want you to understand, I've got some concerns about this. It's more concerns about the direction of the county versus you and your business plan. I'm not really concerned about that. I've got a bigger concern, and that's, I've already voiced it. Where are we headed? It'd be easy for me to sit here and say, well, if somebody brought this to us, including you, and it wanted to be down here along Highway 69, we've already proven that. We're not going to tolerate that, right? We rejected that guy in a heartbeat. But I just think we're going to find ourselves in a more precarious position as we move forward, where we draw the line, where we don't, where we end up in court for discrimination or something else, or to be able to go to sleep at night and say, did we do what was right? I'll support this, I'll tell you that right up front, but I will do it with some concerns and some reservations, not about you personally. I don't mean this derogatorily, but on a bigger picture thing. Personally, I believe this is as good a property as any that come to mind for what you're talking about. I don't have a problem with that. I got other problems.
And then we had a comment earlier about, like the mobile home thing is going to be by the trash place by an industrial park. So I'm just kind of reiterating that. Like the existing trash place where Valtry's was, Oaks Disposal is now. That's by subdivision, a $600,000 homes that built after they built that there, and then they tell them, oh, we don't like that there or whatever, but that built all around that, so on that part of the concerns, people's gonna build where they're gonna build and live.
The old, I built by a hog farm and now I'm complaining about smell.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
doesn't fly.
That's what happened.
Sure doesn't fly in this county. It doesn't fly with this administration either. So we demonstrated that.
Sure.
All right, well, I'll call a question on this one.
I was getting ready to go ahead.
All right.
By agreement though, should we have public comment or not? That's up, that's. a
I
chairman's
would
decision.
like to ask for the public comment, just move forward normally, because I think
That's
we're
okay.
at the end
That's all
of
right
the
with me.
discussion. Okay, thank you. So anything else from the room? I think that's when that started, was when I asked for questions from the room or comment. Not seeing any from the room. I'm not seeing any online, so your question is now called.
All right.
Those in favor of approving the commercial site SUP in zone 4 for the multiple storage units and commercial sites, signify by saying aye.
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 And for the record, I would vote aye with reservation.
That motion carries. Congratulations, sir. Let's see, we have the consideration of the Lions request.
Got a ring to it, don't
Familiar.
So consideration of the Lions request for waiver of the subdivision regulations.
So due to the fact that County Road 251 divides its property in two different lots. And it was recommended by a member of the planning commission for him to subdivide, to ask for this waiver to subdivide that land. It was done by motion and it was a unanimous recommendation to move forward to bring to you to approve this. That way, basically, their reasoning behind making that recommendation to Ed even was that if he were to ever sell one or the other, it's separated. So it's not all together. This is on this lot and this is on this lot. And because the county roads divides that lot, it does give him that somewhat okay to do that.
Got a geographic subdivision already.
And so the premise that this is acceptable to do because it's bisected by two county roads, correct?
Yeah.
We're not just talking about 245.
We're talking about 251 and that's all right now he's leaving just with this lot.
So it's there.
Oh, so it's not isn't it 245 that we wrote in?
245 runs along
Right.
here.
That's
This is 251.
and
Is
it's-
it along 251 or 245?
He's wanting to subdivide the portion east of
Okay.
251
Okay.
from the portion west of 250.
So
Right.
245 has nothing to do with this.
No.
That-
It's grown over and they're not using it, so I don't know if they're. the
It's
don't
county
own it
road
anymore.
platted, but that's not part of this conversation. It's
No.
the dividing line is 251.
Just allow that other piece to be separate. Both of them.
Yeah, it's actually 3 different properties.
Yeah.
At this time, we're talking about this, and if for some reason we do that later, I guess I'll come back and visit you guys, because that is a thing where the county road subdivides it legally and it makes it.
So at the present time, you purchased 42 acres. This is all one parcel at the present time.
Correct. So this is unique because the planning commission's already asked for it to happen. It's supposed to you to come in and say, please take this to the planning.
They brought it up to me.
They brought it. You see that, you wouldn't have.
I know
I
about
don't
it.
know who else did possibly.
I wasn't gonna push my luck.
If there'd have been a 5th one on here, that's it.
So I was a little confused about this, Dorothy, and it's probably above my mental capacity. We're wanting to do a subdivision waiver when we have a moratorium on subdivisions. There shouldn't be anything happening on subdivisions. if we mean what we say 3-4 years ago when we voted to put a moratorium in this county on subdivisions. This isn't a subdivision, is it?
It's not a subdivision. That's why we went under the SUP option.
But all of a sudden, we're wanting to waive a subdivision rule.
They're just looking at it from that point.
And I guess I'm,
It's all right.
just a subdivision, we're just subdividing his property. We're not necessarily developing a subdivision.
And that may very well be the
That's
delineating factor.
that's
That's the
correct.
way I
It's just his two pieces of
It's the
property
well,
being
it's the
defined
well.
different.
Well, it's the defining point, by them subdividing, like legally put a well on all those properties because it's subdivided and. allows me the
Yeah,
right to do that.
I'm surprised the planning commission wasn't all over this. It's really not. It's a request to divide a parcel,
Correct.
right?
That's right.
Right, and the name of the form is waiver of a subdivision
Which,
regulation.
Well, that's odd.
It's the vocabulary.
amazing.
That's all. Because the property was legally subdivided by the county back whenever, before I bought it, but it's still subdivided.
So it's
And that's-
defined as two separate properties.
Yeah, it's just never been,
That's all
You
he's.
guys-
All you want to do is formalize that.
Right.
in the past, you guys have cleaned up stuff up at the lake or up at the
Yeah.
ski area and hills,
Sure.
there's a lot of stuff on there that's been.
That makes sense.
The county
Because you've
road.
got a separate legal description for both of those properties.
Yeah, I guess anybody walking around the county, including me, looks at a subdivision waiver and say, we're waiving our
That's really not that.
rules about subdivisions, or we're waiving the fact that we're under a moratorium about subdivisions. Not the case. We're really,
Right.
instead of a lot line vacation, we're creating a lot line, basically, right?
Well, that already was defined.
Yeah.
It's
It was
just-
divided.
The county defined when they made.
It's already defined when they did that. So it just didn't. All right. So they think the best thing to do is to ask for permission to do what they was done and needs to be redefined.
There's a form for the state that has to be done for the well purposes. That's the only reason for the, like, the division of that.
One well per 35 acre
Yeah.
parcel.
And there's one more step to that,
Yeah.
to this, that will have to do with the state to get the two different wells. But because the county road is there, it gives him that option for two wells.
I see.
And my other property has the same issue. The property, just so you guys know that,
Would you say that again?
our other property has the same issue where the property is split by the same county road, so.
You could redefine that.
You know, I don't want to, I'm just letting you know that there's still multiple ones in the county. Keith had mentioned they thought they cleaned them all up and got all that taken care
That
of.
makes sense, though.
You had something?
So at the risk of sounding like an idiot, is this a subdivision of dividing the property? Or is this a subdivision waiver for the well?
For the well,
I took it as dividing the property.
the property's already divided.
Because in the past, you guys have done the Senate Bill
That's what I'm
35 subdivision waiver
Yeah.
on property so that he can drill a well, not we're not subdividing the property.
That's a better way of looking at
That's the
It
right.
really is a waiver of Senate Bill 35.
Yeah, exactly. I just didn't have the right wording.
Which is, the optics are terrible when it's posted on an agenda that we're looking at a subdivision waiver.
it. That's correct.
So if it's waiving Senate Bill 35, that's really the language we ought to be dealing
It's
with.
That's why I look at it and say, what's a waiver mean?
Good, good clarifying point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me look here, see if we still have someone from the planning commission. Mary, I might ask that question for some clarification. Was that the intent of this when that came up?
The intent was for the purposes of wells. So specifically to be able to put a well on each side of the road.
Okay.
And I don't think we have a separate form in the county for that. This is the form that
That's
Keith
the
said that
only
we.
reason why it's listed the way it is.
Sounds like you need to invent a form.
Well, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure, and since you're the lone
One more form.
representative online for that, I wanted to ask that question of you. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, because I'm gonna probably be doing the same thing, so I want to make sure I use the right form.
Yeah. Probably more of us doing
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, and we do not have a motion on the floor yet, correct?
I'll move that we approve the Lions request for waiver of, I hate to say subdivision.
Yeah.
Senate Bill
35.
Senate Bill 35. How do we say that? Senate Bill 35. Modification for water. Well,
In the past, they've always called it a Senate Bill 35 subdivision waiver.
okay, they did call us up.
They do.
Well, as long as they Senate Bill 35. subdivision.
Lead with Senate Bill 35.
Okay.
Okay, and you will write that down appropriately.
I will.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve a waiver, a Senate Bill 35 waiver, subdivision waiver for Ed Lyons. Any further discussion? Anything from the room? Anything online? So those in favor of approving the Senate Bill 35 subdivision waiver signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Pretty good batting average today.
Not without pain.
Thank you, and thank you for putting up with my questioning as well. So
Dorothy, thanks for your work.
no ill intent.
No, thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for straightening us out.
That's one reason she's
I
here.
wish you'd have started sooner. Thanks.
If we had burgers here, we'd break for burgers, but I think we'll just keep going here.
Yeah, I'm not smelling anything.
I'm not either. So item J has already been taken care of. We have 2 items left on our agenda. The next one would be the consideration of the sale of the north 1/2 part of lot 5, block 126. Oh,
The airport.
Yeah, transfer.
I stand corrected. Consideration of the fund transfer of $50,000 from county general fund to the airport fund. Braden is gone, but if this is something that was budgeted for initially, we just have not taken the action, I believe, to make that fund transfer.
That's what I understand.
Yeah, I think it's housekeeping. We've already voted to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Why don't you
And
make a motion today?
I can certainly do that. I move to transfer $50,000 from the county general fund to the airport fund.
Second.
Did you second? Okay,
I've been
so I have a motion on the floor to transfer $50,000 from the county general fund to the airport fund. What's that?
I've been that way on me, so.
Helping you out a little.
Yeah. So doesn't look like you're biased.
That's right.
Uh,
I don't like the airport.
So discussion on that.
I did mention to Kelly, we need to clean the language up in the opening statement that we were not at the BOCC boardroom today. She said she can make that happen. So other than that, I'm good.
Me too.
So noted. Any other discussion? Anything from the room? Anything from online? Seeing none. Those in favor of approving a transfer of $50,000 from the county general fund to the airport fund signify by saying aye.
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 Did you want this one or you got your own?
I got
Okay. Now we'll move on to K, for the consideration of the sale of the north one half of lot 5, block 126, town of Silver Cliff.
Yeah, I put this on the agenda, because I was gonna wait, but then it looked like it was gonna be a pretty simple thing to do, especially after I talked to our county attorney. This is a request from Mick and Lori Cassendick to add what turns out to be a 20-foot by 100-foot piece strip of ground. It's in there that when you look at it, there would be no way it's landlocked. It's bound. It's part of his property he owns already on either side of it. And Mick's intent is to work with Silver Cliff. It'll be their zoning. What he's going to do is just put a barn on there for storage. No water, no nothing from his point of view, and that's something he'll deal with the town of Silver Cliff. He gets into that piece of it. So the statement that our attorney said, he said, per our discussion, he says he doesn't see any reason why we can't sell the property because we have the authority to do so, as you know already. And that there would be no need for the county to seek bids on this parcel. And I asked him specifically, talked to Kelly about it, because normally we did that if people were on either side of it, had a vested interest. In this case, there's not a reason. And he says, finally says that this parcel under state law can be done and not need to seek bids per the statutes in the state. So, therefore, I move that we sell this property to Nick and Maury Kasnick, and it would be for a fair market value, and that's what the discussion we need to have would be. What would that fair market value be for that strip of ground? Wouldn't give it away necessarily, but
and that was my question, because I have not seen any dollar amount in any of the paperwork.
Because it's just, it would be up to us, and then we would have to stand by. Let's say they pick a number. It's the going rate. They paid $4,500 for the lot when they bought it. 4,500 they said when they purchased the lot 5 initially. And so if you wanted to cut that into pieces and proportionate by the square footage, it comes down about a third of it or less, probably even less than that. Let's have that discussion. That was my motion to approve that for fair market value to be determined.
Well, I'd really like to have the discussion and have that dollar amount in the motion.
Right, so we can modify it to get to discuss it. Or I'll re-motion.
I would probably like to discuss it before I would second that.
I'm in the same boat.
Okay, I'm good with that. But I just wanted to get it on the table.
Okay. Couple of questions that I have right now. So the black lot lines that we're seeing in front of us, are those the entire lot? Or so I'm looking at 3 outlines here, blue outlines.
Yeah, 3 blue out there.
I have a blue outline with a gap, which is apparently the gap is what Custer County owns, followed by another blue outline, which all encompasses a little over a third of that entire lot. And then we have a blue outline in the lot to the west of this one. So I am looking for some clarification. It says we're being asked to sell the north one half of this lot. If the entire lot encompasses the black outline, that's not what I'm seeing.
I'll take it down. You see, Kevin, lots are these little pieces here.
Okay, so,
So Nick owns the. I don't know why they,
so these outlines I'm looking at are not actual lots. There's
that's right.
5 lots in each one
Silver
of
Cliff
these
lots are these small
rectangles.
pieces. That's right.
Okay, that clarifies a bunch more for me then. So that would be probably lot 6 to the north of this, where they said they bought 4 and 6 and.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume 4 is the lower piece to the west.
Mhm.
The gap plus the small outline on the bottom of this would be lot 5. And lot 6 would be the outlined area to
That's
the north.
correct.
Okay, that clears up that question.
Yeah, I had the same question. It didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it took me a while. I had to get with Mick and then talk to the Dan and then looked at what Silver Cliff was really selling, what they were gonna work with Silver Cliff.
And then my second question, I guess, would be, I hate to be vague on a motion to sell a piece of property and not have some sort of
We need the price.
dollar amount attached to that.
So let's take $4,500 they paid for pieces. And then there's 3 pieces, so there'd be 4 total. It's 1,500 each. Maybe it's $1,500 for the additional part.
Sure.
I want to back up just a little bit here. I'm in a different place than Commissioner Kanda when he says he thinks this is pretty simple. I disagree with that for a couple of reasons.
Maybe it's not that simple.
I will articulate those differences. Number one, I've been involved in the sale of a piece of county property, and I've been involved in a sale of a piece of county property that fell through. And absolutely, we published those for bids. I know this is a little different circumstance. I'm talking the process here. And we certainly had those fair market value appraisal done by a third party. The optics of this is getting a little dicey. I've been personal friends with Mick and Lori for 30 some years. I've been in their home many a times. I've also been in front of the Ethics Commission in Denver for not divulging that Cindy Flower was my wife to you 2 gentlemen. If we want to press on with this today, I can tell you I will have nothing to do with it. I will abstain and call conflict of interest. If we have a fair market value done and we publish this, then I'm in a different place, but I want no part of it today.
Yeah, and that's a good point, and that is actually what was discussed when I was discussing it with Dan. Whatever the fair market value is, how we determine that is the issue. But I want to bring it up now to get it on the table. So we could ask have to find an independent
third
party to give us a fair market value. Called assessment.
Yeah,
That could be.
I'm not opposed to selling it.
No, I'm not either.
But I'll guarantee you, if the process isn't right,
No,
I'm done.
You're
They
absolutely right.
burned me too many times.
So why don't we do that? As the next step.
I think we should. I don't agree with Attorney Slater's deal that it's okay to just go ahead and do it. One, because it's a small sliver of land. 2, there's nobody else interested. He doesn't know that.
No.
We don't know that.
No,
right?
wait a minute, that's not true. What he did do is he looked at it and he looked at the statutes and the statutes, and he's right. And that's why I asked specifically, do we have to put this out for bid or not? And so that I think he clarified. What he didn't have a handle on, of course, is you gotta have the fair market value for us to make that decision.
I would ask the question, because we sold some of those lots out north. And when we were cleaning up those lot lines, we offered them to the adjoining landowners first.
Right.
That's right.
And I believe it was stated at that time that if there was an adjacent landowner, that it was the county policy to offer to them and then to put it out. Is that?
That's what we did on those lots
On
up
those lots.
north in Arrowhead or Indian,
Golden
Gold-
Valley.
Golden Arrow Valley, yeah, I think so. Yeah, and we have to make a lot of assumptions looking at this map. My initial assumption that Mick and Lori owned everything in blue.
No.
But I don't think that's a correct assumption.
I think those are the county.
Then I was left, well, then the county owns everything, but I don't know what blue means here.
I was looking at the first one, which only showed 3 blues, and I'm looking at.
Right.
Yeah, the first one, that's what they did, the 3 blues, but those are county lots, I believe.
So I think if you scroll up, that one
Right.
would be a true statement.
Yeah, so that's why Dan went along, he said, otherwise, sure you would, if these adjacent people were there. In this case, that's not the issue.
I mean, on the surface, when you look at this, it's a no-brainer, right? They want
Yeah.
to buy a sliver of land. God knows why it ever got.
I don't
And that
even-
may be a whole lot, see? That could be a
One of those little
developable lot,
lots.
50 by 100 or whatever that is, but we don't know that.
20 by,
But,
those are 20-foot lots.
I certainly think we need to dig into this a little deeper. That's my position today.
Okay, so
Well, I
what,
would-
then let me do this, and let's, we need to find somebody to do a CMA on it, comparable market analysis on, get the fair market valuation on it. And that can be, there's several of those people in the valley that can do that.
And if you're willing, they reached out to you, they did not reach out to
That's
Kevin or
right.
myself. If you would be willing, number one, these are my questions. Who owns any adjacent property? What is the size of the lot that they're wanting to buy? And then obviously, to your point, current market analysis. I don't think we need a formal appraisal. We can just
No,
get a
market
current
analysis.
market analysis. And
That's it.
if that is a standalone lot, which it certainly can be, right? Cast and Dix may have bought lots all around it, and they want to buy this one too.
That's how
I
it
don't
came
know
up.
that.
That's exactly what happened.
So,
So they bought those lots that you see, Tom.
right, and if they want to buy it, somebody else may want to buy it. That's why I think we need to at least consider the fact of sealed bids if we're going to sell a piece of property.
Okay.
So I guess if you would like to move forward, I would make a
told him.
motion to have Commissioner Kanda to move forward with getting a fair market analysis on this piece of property and exploring the other questions brought forth today.
I'll do it.
Current or adjacent landowners.
The adjacent landowners and interest in this piece of property.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to direct Commissioner Kanda to move forward with a fair market analysis on this piece of property and also to answer questions about adjacent landowners and further interest from those adjacent landowners on this piece of property. Yes, if they're, answer that question.
Good.
Any further discussion? Anything from the room? Anything from online? I'm seeing none. I see our owl is not operating.
And then
So, seeing none then, those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
And sidebar, I'm working on a proposal to bring to the commissioners. I was gonna say, my concern here isn't about money. You know, can't be worth a lot, although we know what these lots of Silver Cliff are worth, because we own some, right? We bought them at a bargain price.
Right.
So it's not about the money for me, it goes beyond that, but there's a piece of property in Silver Cliff that I'm working on a proposal to come to the commissioners to do a quick claim on that piece of property, the town of Silver Cliff. It's another chunk. I'll get into it a little more or later on. But I want to just back up the point that this isn't a money grab. This isn't about making the county some money.
It's not worth.
No. So, and the same with this piece of property that I just mentioned. It's an island. And I want to throw this out just real quick, Mr. Chair, if I may. You guys may know this. I did not. I never would have dreamt this. But the county owns numerous plots in the cemetery east of Silver Cliff, like 30
little
burial
6
plots.
feet by 6.
Is that for if they die in office?
I'd like to think so, but I don't believe
That's
that's.
for dragging these meetings out and getting shot.
Yeah, I had an interesting conversation with Eileen in the town of Silver Cliff. She said, "Did you guys know you own?" I said,
Wonder why.
"Well, that happened probably 100 years ago, who knows, but
We pay taxes on those?
do we pay taxes on them?"
No, do the people, other people
Oh,
pay
I don't-
taxes on it? Did we acquire-
Yeah, I don't know. Hard to get taxes out of a dead person.
See what some of these people are buried with?
Well, dead people can vote, we know that.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, they can't.
so that,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you left.
they used to be able
I'm
to.
talking
vote,
about
not anymore.
nationwide, sister, I ain't talking about Custer.
So I think I should get us back on track.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So if you would go ahead and move forward with that. Next item up would be item L, consideration of the OEM to apply for the SLCGP grant. I'm not seeing a light.
And Mr. Chairman, I will support this 100% if either one of you can identify that acronym.
Which one's that?
Because I tried and I don't know. The SLCGP, I'm looking.
Let me look for it.
We already talked to her about this.
We already talked to her about it. I don't remember what that stands
She is trying to speak. Hang on one second. Since that Al is not, I will unmute my audio. Robin, can you hear?
Is that?
That's the price we're gonna pay, so.
Why don't we?
Okay, I'm gonna mute. Okay,
On the L.
we're not able to hear you. Let me call you on my cell phone and put you on speakerphone, okay?
Don't answer. Just do it.
Yeah.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? No, I don't think we have anything in here pertaining to that.
It's the grant that,
I have the name if you want it.
go
Well,
ahead.
my golly, he lives and speaks. Is that Vernon?
Yep. Yes,
Go ahead,
sir.
Vern. Yeah, it was Vernon's
It's a-
working it with her.
Okay, go
It's
ahead,
the
Vernon.
state and local cybersecurity grant program. It's a division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
I would move to authorize OEM to move forward with that
I'll second it.
cybersecurity grant.
Because there's time for us to work with it. It's due on the 30th of May to be submitted. So there's time to
Okay.
make it happen.
Thanks,
I'm
Vernon.
gonna ask for you to nod your head, Robin, if you are in agreement with that. All right, I got a thumbs up. It wasn't a head nod, but it's close enough. So, I have, did I get a second?
Yes, I did.
Uh,
I second.
Who made the motion?
You did.
You did.
Oh, yeah, just now to approve it,
And-
sorry.
And I second it.
Okay.
And then we got into another
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to
What the
approve
acronym was.
the OEM to apply for the
Am I in
SLCGP
the same
grant.
meeting?
Any further discussion?
No.
Anything from the room? Anything from online or?
You guys will be
Real
running out of
quick,
here
Mr.
tardy.
Chairman,
Yes,
Can
sir.
you tell us again what the acronym is?
It is for cybersecurity, sir.
I know what it's for.
State and
I wondered if
local,
you-
something or other for X.
No,
and
because I hit my
Z.
head after I heard it, so it went away.
All right, we're good.
Those in favor of that motion signify by saying
Aye.
Aye.
I,
That motion carries.
state and local cyber security grant program.
That is the last item of business that we had. Any additional items of business? I do know about your,
Yeah, you can address that now.
if you would like to, sir.
Yes, I do want an executive session, but not today, so I will get with the attorney and Braden and we will put that up.
Okay,
If you want, as a sidebar privately, I can share some of that with you.
We need to know enough to be smart in the executive session.
so, if you wanted to get with him and set something up and then, let us know when, so we can set it up. I don't know if you need it on the month end. I know our admin said that our month end is getting pretty long considering we're leaving town.
Right. And we said we would take that in a minute. I asked to have it put on the 6th.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
And so I can just say this, that I believe there is a need, and Braden believes there's a need for an executive session before we go any further with the bids.
Okay,
So if we want to do it before that meeting, on the agenda before, and then deal with the bids, whatever that looks like, I don't know.
We can deal with the bids and then do that.
No, we got to deal with the executive session before the bids.
That's what I meant.
Okay. So we could have the
We have to
executive
do it.
session right at the beginning, or
Sure.
whatever, and then move on.
That'd be the way to do
Or
it.
stop in the middle, have an executive session and deal with that agenda item.
I see, I think we
Or
need to
put the
prepare
executive
ourselves
session-
like we were planned, we have the executive session and then go into the knowing.
we could have the dealing with the bids, last item of business with the executive session just prior to.
Yeah.
Would that suffice?
Yes.
So we could take care of the rest of our business, executive session, and then dealing with the bids. I'm not seeing our admin now, so I think she did leave. I will get with her and see if we can make that happen, or if you would like to make sure that that happens as well.
Go ahead.
So you can double check me. So come along behind and make sure that happens. Any other
No,
additional
you got
items of
Gayla.
business? She takes
She's
care of
with me.
personal.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing any other additional items. Public comment, anybody that has anything they would like to comment on at this time. You guys have been really patient today.
These two people.
We knew it was gonna be a long day. Anything online, I haven't seen nothing. So that being the case, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:26 PM. Thank you all.